I live. We are back. Hello everyone. Hi. Welcome on in. Congratulations on first Jaybird. Congrats. Also, hi Space Time. Hi. How are you? Oh my god. Cooper. The email looks so good. It looks so good. I'm so glad you used it today and you added it. Oh my god. Let's go. The art tax vibes is so good on it. Also, thank you for the prime. Oh my god, 10 months. Cooper, I've known you for about a year. That's fucking crazy, dude. That's crazy. But yeah, let's see how many months. Yeah, 10 months. That observes 10 big booms from me. Big boom, boom, big boom, 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 big boom, boom. Boom and a boom. Thank you, Cooper. Thank you. Also, thank you for the head pats, Martin. Hi. How are you? Oh, nice. The head pats will work really well on this one. W. Easy. Nice. But yeah, how are you guys? How is your, Friday? Oh my god, yeah, Friday night. How are you guys doing? I was just chilling around and watching. I was watching a couple of people play Frog Squad, and it was sending me. It was sending me. I think it's a funny game. So basically, Frog Squad is like a game where you just collect food and you like feed it to the boss, right? But what's really funny about it is that the more that you eat the food, you turn like even bigger, to the point where you're just like this little frog that's rolling around. It's like a shenanigans ensue, right? So I was watching a couple of people play that. That's pretty much what I've been up to, and working on and off on commissions. You know, we're slowly getting through all the boards actually, which is really good. Oh, speaking of which, actually, usually I do like a little bit of just chatting, but we're gonna head right into the art so I can get this done as I yap. Not much has changed. I did like a double checks with Snoo and he said he does like the vibe of it, so we're gonna go ahead and go through with it. I think all I'm gonna be doing is filling in all the spaces. They were straight ass cheeks, but stream is my safe space. Let's go. That's good. But very nice. Also, welcome on in. Oh yeah, I needed to change the color of the background. It's easier for me to see mistakes if I change it into red. So I'll just be going in and filling in all the colors that I missed. Or any like bleeding colors, if that makes sense. The only issue when it comes to me coloring that's kind of annoying is just in general, I use this brush that like fills in all of the little, I guess not a little, but the big spaces of the coloring, which really helps a lot, but having to go back and do the cleanup work is a bit annoying. But I'd rather do this cleanup work than erasing. All you gotta do is fill it in. But how about you guys? Are you guys interested in anything this weekend? Anything fun happening this weekend, I should say? There we go.
Gotta do better than walking out and dodging the surface. Ay. Every day I've been out praying my baby not hurt. Ay. All of the weather we doing, I promise it's worth it. Ay. Over the curtains, ay. Baby, I'm certain.
We were sparks on quiet streets, two hearts finding where to meet. But life pulled us apart, left me talking to the dark. If I called you tonight, would it feel the same? Or have we both moved on to different names? Take me back to the start, before the quiet and the scars. When the world felt small and your hands felt warm. Take me back to the start, if only for a moment. I've been up since 3, scrolling back.
Yeah, see, it's always trying to cover up all these really little gaps. It's really annoying.
But your name still lives in my rhyme. Take me back to the start, before the quiet and the scars. Take me back to the start, before the quiet and the scars. When the world felt small and your hands felt warm.
Ooh, I also saw the acquisition, or I guess an ownership now, of Stream Element and Razer. It's like, oh, I should honestly check my agreement and stuff with it.
If only for a moment, take me back to the start, before the quiet and the scars. When the world felt small and your hands felt warm. Take me.
Because I was thinking of getting rid of Stream Elements just because we don't really have a use for it anymore. All of my alerts, yeah, I guess all of my alerts just come from StreamerBot now.
On quiet streets, two hearts finding where to meet. But life pulled us apart, left me talking.
Hi, Lisa. Hey, hi. Oh, thank God.
Called you tonight, would it feel the same?
Thank you for the care package, Lisa. Thank you, thank you.
Or have we both moved on to different names? Take me back to the start, before the quiet and the scars.
No problem. I appreciate it.
Felt small and your hands.
Also, thank you for the headpants. Thank you, thank you. Hopefully it worked.
If only for a moment. I've been up since 3, scrolling back where we used to be. Have truths in this late night chat, both of us knowing what a life at. Funny how we talk like we're fine, but your name still lives in my rhyme. Take me back to the start, before the quiet and the scars. Take me back to the start, before the quiet and the scars. When the world felt small.
Oh, also, what I thought was really interesting was the, like they have updates on Twitter about things happening on Twitch or YouTube and things like that. And I did see the one about, Twitch using a stream, like possibly thinking of, or I don't know if it's like going to be a whole thing in a few months, but they're thinking of using the Twitch streams in order to train AI. I'm like, dog, really? Really? So I guess we'll cross that bridge when we get there. And you know, don't think that anyone who doesn't do art won't be affected either, because reality speaking, there's already been a few Twitch streamers who had their voice scalped or like scrapped or whatever. Because they re-uploaded all of their like VODs and shit to like a separate website that's behind a paywall or whatever. That crazy shit that was happening. It's a big sigh. Spraying Twitch for doing that. Oh my god, thank you, Lisa. Oh my god, 90 stream streak. Oh my god. W, Lisa. Let's go. Bark, 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 bark. Gotta look for now, but I'm gonna be asleep, so I hope you have a wonderful stream. Awesome art. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, thank you. Also, thank you for the hydration, and thank you for the lurk. I hope you sleep well. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's just been so many kind of news, basically, is what I want to say, of like different things changing in like Twitch, or even just having like the different bots and stuff like that. Which some of it is good in a sense of like having more services or having more interactions and things like that. But I feel like a lot of the news that I've been seeing lately has just been like, ooh, I'll cross the bridge when I get there. Kind of deal, honestly. Because I don't really know, you know? Oh shit, I can't. So basically, I have my keyboard plugged into my other USB. Oh, this is terrible. I don't have a mouse. Oh, I'm fucked. Okay. This makes everything way harder. See, I'm missing so many like tiny stuff. There we go. What are you guys' thoughts on kind of like rage baity games? I don't think I've played one necessarily. I tried to play like a obstacle course type. But I feel like that's a bit different. Like I've never played any like what do you call it? Get over it type of games. Especially like the climbing ones. I haven't really dabbled in them. I think for me, when it comes to like very frustrating games, I think what do you call it? It only pisses me off if there's like other people I'm doing it with. If that makes sense. I'm like, oh, I get more annoyed. Hate them. It's so fair, Jaybird. It is really entertaining to watch people play them, though. I'm not even gonna lie to you. What was the game that I was watching, actually? Let me go find it. I don't know if this is a new game or an old game. I'm not too sure. Here, let me see. Up and Down. It's like basically you travel up halfway to the map, like all the way up. You grab a crown and then you have to make all your way. You're gonna make your way all the way down. And the crown serves as like a checkpoint, so you can't just like fuck with anyone else's run. I mean, you can in a sense because it will restart them to the checkpoint, but it's not as though you can rip the crown from their head or anything. Where the hell is the eyes? Okay, sweet. I might color this one. I think the black works better. It's kind of hard to see. I might just leave it like that. And with that, I think we're good. I was gonna put like highlights on the top of the head, like the crown of the head. But I think since it's like an emo, it kind of clashes with the readability of it. Like if I add more shine, it's gonna be harder to understand the emote itself. There we go. And with that, I think we're pretty much done with this. I don't really see anywhere that we need to color in further. Maybe the overall lines could be cleaned up just a little bit. Yeah, you see this line?
Smooth as a silky pillowcase, slither in my innocent oasis. You bring the pain, I deliver patience. I see the lion and try to tame him. I know the werewolf behind the sheep, familiar the scent of deceit behind your pretty teeth. Say you need space to breathe, but what does that really mean? I don't believe when you said to me you really need space to breathe. What you really got up your sleeve? I don't believe when you said to me you really need space to breathe. I know something's up your silky little sleeve. Your silky little sleeve. Something's up your silky little sleeve. Your silky little sleeve.
Cool. I can just send this over to Snoo now for him to confirm that he wants this, or if there's any adjustments that need to be made. Let's see. Now having the mouse plugged in is really annoying. It's really fucking annoying. Here, let me go ahead and send this over. Cause like every time I'm like, oh, let me connect this line to another line or something. I'm like, oh, it would be fine if like the stylus pen was like a good mouse, but it's really not. Yeah, let me go ahead and send this over. Where's this the woo?
prepare the fire. Sonomai and Kirin has invaded. Hurry, give them bottles of flames.
Oh my god, hi Kieran and Kieran Enjoyers. Hello, fellow rock eaters. How are you? Sorry, I was in the middle of getting my dinner. But yeah, welcome in, Kieran and everyone else. Oh my god, Kieran! 12 months! It's been 12 months! I've known you for over a year now? Holy shit! Oh my god. W! Thank you, Kieran. Thank you for the sub. Thank you. Oh my god, you have the 1-year badge. Flex on everyone. Flex. Flex. How was community night? Did you have fun in Minecraft? How was it? Here, let me do your shout out real quick. There you go. Oh my god, that deserves 12 big booms from me because that's a lot. Big boom. 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 Rapid fire booms. Big boom. Boom, 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 boom. Big boom. Big boom and a big boom. It was fun. I started feeling sick, so I had to end stream. Oh, so fair. So valid. I do gotta read and run, but I hope you have fun. Yeah, of course. Thank you, Karen. W. Yeah, feel free. Feel free. Take good care of yourself. Yeah, raiders, if you need to raid and run, feel free. No worries. Take good care of yourselves. I know you're enjoying the Minecraft world. If not, then you're more than welcome to come and hang out with us. We're just working on not raid. We're working on art fight attacks since art fight ends tomorrow, I believe. We're just finishing up the last few that we can get in, aka the only one I'm getting. But yeah, we're just chilling. See. But yeah, my name is Reaper Reap. You can call me Reaper, Percy, Naughty Dog. I use any pronouns, and we usually do art here. Sorry, I was so excited that Karen came in that I didn't even introduce myself.
the map. I had to find where I'm at. The legend, a symbol of that. Symbols, I ain't gonna crash. I've been going out of my way.
Lately, guys, I've been fascinated with listening to YouTube videos about like big creators and what they did to make them like, you know, lose their community support and stuff like that. Like I didn't even, like, for example, I didn't even know that like Matt Pat was into Broadway like that. I knew he was a theater kid, but I didn't know he was a theater kid. I didn't know he was in there, you know. And also I don't like, for me, I haven't really been interested in like stuff like that, if that makes sense. Like I wasn't really like, I don't even think we had a theater department where I grew up. If I'm being honest, I don't even think we had one. We barely had like a musical band, I think. But yeah, it just made me think about it. I was like, whoa, that's crazy, because I don't even know how people even get on Broadway and stuff like that. Or like how like applications go or auditions and things like that. I didn't even know you could actually get paid from that. I thought it was like a rich kid thing to do. Also, hi snowman. Oh my god, you're also flexing the badge. Oh my god, I got 1 year badge flexers. Oh my gosh. Thank you for the headpats. Thank you. But yeah, right now I'm watching this guy talk about WatchMojo. While I'm eating, we can listen to the video together. Here, how do I do this? I'm trying to, because like I can't promise a video, because honestly the video quality will be horrible. It's gonna be like a picture show, Big flex? No, exactly. Here, how do I guess I could just turn desktop audio on. I think that's the easiest way. So that's what I'm gonna do. Let me know if it works.
Before there was AI slop all across the internet, there was WatchMojo, a YouTube channel that was the center of every single pop culture moment, but in the weirdest way possible. But they were at one point one of the most subscribed to channels on YouTube, raking in tens of millions of dollars and billions of views every single year. But then they had one of the worst downfalls in YouTube history. It can take years to build a reputation worth millions of dollars, and it can take a single comment to ruin it all. WatchMojo has now officially went from one of the biggest empires online to now becoming something equivalent of a keyboard warrior. They were a pioneer in the growing listicle content that was pretty popular in the early 2010s, that was popularized by BuzzFeed and Matthew Santoro. And they were at one point the most subscribed to channel in Canada, where they originated from. But now the channel has officially fallen off into the depths of the internet abyss. And now their videos get thousands of views, and a best case scenario is a couple 10,000 views. And since then, it's only been going further and further downhill. When they got called out, they had easily one of the worst crash outs in YouTube history. A crash out so bad that it would make a child tantrum look tame. And just when it couldn't get worse, they were caught trying to monetize so badly off of dead people. It seems like every single decision they made was almost intentional to make their downfall even harder. And maybe that's what they wanted. So how did we get here? Let's cut the bullshit and get right into it. Now, WatchMojo actually wasn't supposed to be as big as it was.
Excuse me? All I heard was like, just, okay, I knew that WatchMojo had ended up like having a downfall, right? Because people fucking hated them, but I didn't know exactly why, because I was never a big fan. But that's crazy. Okay.
Even at their massive subscriber milestone right now, they actually were a failing business for many, many years. Now, it all starts with their founder, Ashkan Karbasfrush. I probably butchered that name pretty badly. After attending college in Montreal, Ashkan wanted to start a business online. Now, this was in the early 2000s when the internet was becoming a real thing that people wanted to get involved in, specifically when YouTube was created. He worked for other sites like Mamba.com, a search engine, and AskMen.com, which was an online portal for men. Now, it was at this job that he would start working on for what the clear pillar was for WatchMojo. He was doing celebrity interviews, skits, but also top 10 lists. After AskMen.com was bought up by a company called IGN, Ashkan decided to embark on his own business, so he created WatchMojo with his colleague and his wife. Now, this was in 2005, back when YouTube was still a particularly new thing. WatchMojo didn't really start completely as a YouTube channel, it was more of like an online entity. It was a super brand new concept, but Ashkan did see potential. He did start working slowly on WatchMojo while still working at his previous job at AskMen.com, but after leaving that job, he decided to just go all in. And he believed in it so much, and he invested $250,000 worth of his own money into the project. All this was money that he made from commissions and his work at AskMen.com. On paper, this was a very stupid idea. For one, he was in Canada, which wasn't super deep into the internet and entertainment industry, so it was pretty hard to get connections. But Ashkan did see potential. By the time he was going all in, it was 2006, and YouTube had 25 million users. Quite a big jump in a small time, but still a very, very small fraction of what it became today. And for such a long time, WatchMojo stayed a bad idea. I mean, right when he was starting, AskMen.com, IGN, and News Corporation all sued him because they believed that he was going against their non-competitive agreement. Essentially, when he left his last job, he signed an agreement that he would not work for any competitive companies. This is a pretty common thing that happens in the corporate world. And they believed that this video startup he was doing was violating that agreement. But every lawyer he spoke to believed that he was not violating that at all. And so did he. He believed that so much that he quite literally represented himself in court for the case. And as crazy of an idea as it is, it actually worked and he won. He was now legally able to work on WatchMojo without any legal constraints. And while he didn't have the clearest idea of how he was going to make WatchMojo big, he knew exactly what the goal was though. He wanted WatchMojo to be a digital empire in an ever-growing industry. The goal was there, the path was just shaky. And when you look at WatchMojo's old content, it's so different from what it is today. The first videos were simple tutorials. Then they tried educational videos on geographical sites, like the CN Tower, Panama Canal, and Empire State Building. This was kind of the mix of their initial content. Some of them did get decent views in the hundreds of thousands, but it was far from consistent. For every hit, they would have a ton of duds. You can see exactly what their strategy was from the beginning, to just pump out tons of content and see what works. They basically wanted to be able to pump out a ton of videos that were not really that hard to make that would be able to perform super well. Essentially trying to minimize effort and maximize results. That's the goal of any company. Ashkan knew that he wanted to be the corporate slop guy, which sounds cruel, but he kind of says that himself. You get these emerging platforms like YouTube, and I just feel like, you know what, if you were to create a video on every topic, eventually you could probably hatch a business around that. Essentially what he's trying to say here is that he knew that he just wanted to attach himself to almost every trending topic possible and try not to make it super difficult, and also make a lot of money from it. But while I was recording this video, I had to stop multiple times because I was getting flooded with spam. A lot of things in the way. For one, the recession came around, which definitely made things pretty difficult. And at first, their business model was to only make money from ads, but this was in the early days of YouTube where it was super difficult to make money. And because of this recession, they decided to switch their content to making license agreements. Now, Ashkan was struggling pretty badly because he wasn't even able to pay himself. He even took out a second mortgage just to pay his employees. He tried to get investments from hundreds of different capital venture firms, but all of them said no. At one point, the company was even $1 million in debt. But it's not like WatchMojo wasn't getting views. In the channel's first year, they got over 13 million views. The next year, they more than doubled that by getting 28 million views. By their third year on YouTube in 2009, they were getting 4 million views a month. But again, the main problem was that this wasn't very consistent. For every video that popped off, there were tons and tons of flops. And keep in mind, this was in 2009 when it was very, very difficult to make money on YouTube. Like, YouTube as a whole was still extremely new. Even years after YouTube started, people were not making consistent consistent revenue from it. The only people who were raking in pretty consistent cash were big creators like Smosh, Ray William Johnson, and Fred. But that's only the top 1%, and the way that they all made their money was extremely different. Because even when AdSense was a thing, you could only really get it through special companies that you had a partnership with. It wasn't available to everybody. It's not like now where anybody can make a channel, and if their content pops off, then they can start making some pretty good money from AdSense revenue. And nowadays, all social media platforms even have special tools to get connected with brands. But back then, that just didn't exist. Content was not really a business back then. It was so new that no one really knew how to work with it. But at the very least, WatchMojo was getting views, and that was just enough for Ashkin to be motivated enough to keep this going. WatchMojo was making the same typical content about really any topic they could attach to, whether it was fashion, business, music. They were really trying it all. And that's when they started a new experimental series called a Top 10. It's as simple as you can get. Top 10 lists of a certain topic. But back then, they were as awkward as you can imagine.
Now, our next category will be action games. Action games are actually one or maybe the most popular categories of all time. My number 10 action game is Castlevania. Castlevania was a dark game.
It was in 2012 when Ashkin decided that WatchMojo should dig a lot more deep into this style of content. And this is when their content really started to pop up because these videos were getting millions of views. At the same time, AdSense was officially now a public thing that almost any creator can qualify for if they got enough views and subscribers. Both of these factors combined, WatchMojo officially became profitable that year. The rise was slow and frustrating, but then suddenly it hit like a freight train. In the span of 1 year, they went from 100,000 subs to 1 million subs. Just 2 years later, they hit 10 million subscribers, which is one of the most fastest and most insane growths of any channel on YouTube. The hard work and investments truly paid off. The company was now a success. Ashcan was a real entrepreneur. Based on various estimates, it's speculated that WatchMojo at their peak was earning about $20 to $25 million a year. It's not confirmed, but that is around the ballpark. And this allowed him to expand the company into over 100 full-time working employees. People round the clock, constantly working on the content. It's the dream. It was easily digestible content that did not target a specific niche. The whole point was to be able to talk about any topic, and that's what they accomplished. They had videos on almost anything you can imagine. Books, fashion, movies, music, whatever it was, they had a top 10 for it. And the videos weren't super complicated. They would just be able to take footage and use it as B-roll for their content, which made it really, really easy to pump out. No creativity was really required, just constant tedious labor. It's why they were able to pump out so many of these videos every single day. It's why they were even able to make more channels in the same theme. On average,
I also think that's kind of crazy. Hold up. Like, I don't want to interrupt too much, but what I find very fascinating about YouTube is how a lot of channels are able to grow very quickly, or not necessarily grow very quickly, but grow very effectively, I want to say, because they're not as, what do you call it? They're not as personal anymore. Like, they have a clear format. They're able to have a schedule very cut and dry about what they're going to do. They have their main topics down, their hook, line, and things like that. Like the inner workings of a YouTube video, right? And what I find very fascinating is some creators that I have watched and listened to talked about how, yeah, when I changed my complete mindset of like not being as personal, that's when, you know, my channel took off, because people were able to enjoy the content without them needing to know who I was. So I was like, oh, I guess, yeah, I guess that makes no sense. Like, that makes a lot of sense. Like, even the people that I watch recently, or like the people who I watch for like 10 plus years, I don't really know anything about them. Yes, I do understand what they do and their craft and things like that. I do have like a really fun time. But if you were like to hold a gun to my head and say, hey, what is their favorite color? I have no idea. I could probably guess, but I have no idea. Oh, like, you know, what did they do before YouTube? So it's like, it's really interesting. I don't know, especially when you have a, you know, YouTube channel that's not personal. I think, again, you can have way more people work on it as well, so you're able to get even more work out too.
WatchMojo was pumping about 100 videos per week, or around 1,000 minutes of content. For them, it's a win-win because the style is easy to make and it's easy for people to watch. But this was the very same thing that hurt them. The thing about WatchMojo is that trying to talk about every single topic is the thing that became their main criticism. Since they were pumping out so many videos a day, a lot of these topics became just straight up unnecessary. In 2016, the year of their peak, the website daily.commenter posted a piece called Top 10 Lists That Make No Fucking Sense. The author rants about the amounts of unnecessary videos that WatchMojo has posted and collected 10 of the worst ones he can find, like top 10 foods that can kill, top 10 good songs from bad bands, or top 10 McDonald's items. All of these basically incorporate the slop nature of WatchMojo's content. Author Jocelyn Anderson posted an article called WatchMojo and the Monetization of Fan Culture on YouTube. This article heavily criticized how WatchMojo basically corporatized fan culture into soulless slop. And they're not really wrong. At the end of the day, WatchMojo's videos are really just used footage narrated over. The channel isn't a person, it's a brand. But that kind of was the point. The point of it was to become a company and become something bigger than itself. The most personality it really had was Rebecca, who's the narrator of the channel and has been working there ever since its conception. The sloppiness of their videos played a pretty big part in their decline, but not nearly as much as their inaccuracy. Their videos are so fast-paced and have such a quick turnaround that it's very obvious that they don't know a lot about what they're talking about. If you're a real fan of the specific things that they talk about, such as the movies or music that they mention, then you know that they don't really have pretty good knowledge of what they're actually making a video on. When looking at some of their most popular videos like Top 10 Most Paused Movie Moments, this kind of works because they can use some sort of objective data for it. But a lot of these lists are based off subjective opinions. And it's kind of why a lot of their videos have gone a pretty big staggering amount of dislikes. Nintendo's biggest fails, top country songs, top animes ever. Any fans of these groups will all say that WatchMojo got it completely wrong. Because again, they are picking what essentially is the most popular option in every single one of these lists. Now technically it's not wrong because they are picking what the average person probably will say. But the average person doesn't really have super in-depth knowledge about the actual fandom or niche that they're talking about. Real fans who are passionate about the actual topics that they are talking about would have much different picks. And that's part of the problem with WatchMojo because they're pretending to be experts in something that they really don't know anything about. Yet it doesn't stop them from making more channels catered to these themes like WatchMojo Anime, which didn't take off for obvious reasons. For example, if they made a list like the top 10 YouTubers of all time and put Mr. Beast at number 1, you will disagree with that. Clearly they're picking him because he's just simply the most popular in this scenario. Whereas a lot of other people would have different picks like Ray William Johnson, Ryan Trahan, or It's Blanko. I heard that guy's content is fire. Point is, WatchMojo lacks lots of passion in their content and it shows. And they would get called out for a lot of their mistakes. In 2017, YouTuber Guru Larry called out WatchMojo for stealing all the research from one of his videos on the worst gaming consoles. Great thing to wake up to. WatchMojo has literally stolen all the research from my worst selling gaming consoles. Now there's nothing wrong with making a video on the same topic or maybe even using a lot of the same facts. You can't copyright factual material. But Larry specifically put tiny bits of misinformation just to see if anyone or anything would steal that information and fall for the trap. And that's quite literally what WatchMojo did. Seeing that they use the exact facts, it's pretty impossible to deny the plagiarism.
Yo, that's crazy. That's crazy. Honestly, you know what? Good on the person, honestly. Good on person.
Problem was, WatchMojo did not
Exactly, hi,
credit him
Natasha.
at all. Now, WatchMojo themselves would email Larry apologizing for the incident and praising him for the cleverness of the trick. But the email was pretty backhanded when it came to this part. Had you not included false information in your video, we would have likely just acknowledged your complaint, apologized, and we are apologizing regardless, to be clear. Included a credit and link to your video in the video, via annotation, in the comment section and in description. But largely due to the fact that you acknowledged publishing false info, we have decided to take the video down. Essentially saying, hey, if you didn't trick us, then we would have kept the video up, so don't trick us again. This response was not the best, but the head of video gaming in WatchMojo actually would respond to a different video that was talking about the situation in a much better way. Dan from WatchMojo here. As the head of the video gaming department and the voice of the videos, I consider myself personally responsible for all the content we produce in that category, and I am thusly responsible for the plagiarism found within the video in question. I'm frustrated by the way this has played out. The plagiarism in our video was unacceptable, and I saw no reason to fire back in any way. My fellow employees and I have worked very hard to produce our content, and and to find out that a video that's already been published contains swaths of plagiarism is a major disaster in my eyes and eyes of the department. Now, this was definitely a much better and more respectable response because they actually admit to the wrongdoing and simply just take accountability. They basically said, hey, we messed up and we're gonna try harder. That's a pretty good way to do it. But since he's not really the one who's communicating on WatchMojo's behalf the way that they are on social media, it's kind of hard to really get that message across. Because one thing that WatchMojo really hates more than anything is admitting that they messed up, at least in the
Yeah, no, especially when it comes to brands and admitting that they did something wrong. It's really, like hard to watch at some point, right? Because when it comes down to it, I think pretty much people just want an apology. That's what they want. They want someone to say, hey, I fucked up, I'm sorry, and just be sincere. That's it. That's like the basis of an apology, right? Especially when you're a brand, I think having it be a bit more simple than trying to have a lot of fluff, I think works better. Obviously it depends on like what type of company you are and your PR department, as well as like what language you speak and the cultural norms around that as well. But yeah, like companies really do not like apologizing. WatchMojo is still a thing. Hi Takeo. I sniff you. We're listening to the downfall of WatchMojo. I think they are still a thing, but I think most of their like here, let's go look it up. I think most of their comment section is just people being like pack it up unk. Let's see. They have 25 million subscribers. They're live. They're live right now. Wait, they have 2 different live streams going? They have a 24-hour true crime live stream and a 24/7 24/7 top 10 and entertainment live stream. That is crazy. Oh my god. Let me see. I mainly know them through their shorts. Let's see their shorts real quick. 7K. Okay. Okay. There's 7 comments and they're not bad, but they're not really good. All right, what about their videos? They literally just posted today. Actually, they post 3 times a day? 4 times a day? They post 4 times a day? How many videos do they have? Hold up. They have 33,000. They have 33,000 videos on their website or on their YouTube channel. Yo, that's crazy. That's crazy. Falling for traps of fake news because copying 1-to-1 is crazy. Yeah, exactly. Like what? Come on, like is there no like researchers on your department? Because I understand if you're doing like content that is not very creative in a sense, I want to say, like if you're doing like for example, I can say this because I do it, like tier list, you know, it's not, you're literally just ranking something because you're like, this is based off of my opinion. Yes, you can make that entertaining. Yes, you can make it like engaging, especially with your audience or with the comment section, etc., etc. But I wouldn't say that amount of effort that you put into that content is equal to someone scripting a video or editing a video talking about any random topic, whether it be their special interest or whether it just be something that they really want to talk about. I think that's not the same. Just how I think that if you're running a small business, in a sense, like an actual physical type of product, like a physical type of product, and you're dealing with inventory, you're dealing with like overhead costs, you're dealing with like special permits, especially if you're gonna have any sort of physical product, you have to like pay certain amount of money to certain people, right? Like a lot goes into it. I do not think that that's the same as someone who has like, as someone who's self-employed through having a YouTube channel and owning like a small business like that. I don't compare those to be on like the same level or on the same type, because one, you're dealing with inventory, you're dealing with like social media, stuff like that. The other one, you're dealing with like a more creative field of creating content and creating videos, doing live streams, getting sponsorships. You're forward facing. Like the struggles that these two people are going to be different. Some of it's going to be similar, but again, two different types. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I missed the ad break, guys. I'm so sorry. Yeah, top 10 content is not really engaging as it was. I'm pretty sure there's still some like anime review channels, I think, who like do that sort of content, but I haven't seen like a top 10 sort of video in like a hot minute. Not the slander on Fritos. The slander. All right, let's get back into it.
The real ways. WatchMojo has made a lot of content that kind of makes fun of their mistakes and tries to play into it. They've made lists like top 10 times WatchMojo got it wrong, where they pointed out spelling errors and small inaccuracies. They made videos.
That is genius. Actually, that is genius. Oh my god, that's so good. That's actually honestly kind of funny. Top 10 times that WatchMojo got it wrong. Because you're like playing into it, but also like you're repackaging your old content. So I'm like, damn, okay. Okay, I see you, big brain.
There's like top 10 lists that age poorly, like their most anticipated movies of 2020 for obvious reasons. They've got tons of other content like this, and while it is cool to see them acknowledging their mistakes and kind of trying to make fun of themselves for it, it kind of doesn't really deliver well. This type of content really just comes off as more fuel to feed the ever-growing machine that they're trying to build, and doesn't really solve their whole quantity over quality.
Yeah, they dead ass. Like we just looked at their YouTube channel, right? They upload 4 videos a day. Actually, you know, I'm wrong. My apologies. They upload 6 videos a day. Uploaded 15 hours ago. Well, actually, no. My apologies. My apologies. They upload 7 times a day. They uploaded 9 levels of the epic movie genre, 20 tourist destinations that are terrible now, our summer blockbusters back, 10 things to remember before Ted Lasso season 4, 3 ways brand new day gives us a brand new Spider-Man, top 10 most heartbreaking sci-fi movies ever, top 50 greatest rock songs of all time, 17 hours, 15 hours, 13, 11, 9, 7, 5 hours ago. That's crazy. Yo, that's crazy. Insane upload speed. If they continue, they can do top 10 times WatchMojo got called out for bad content. Damn, that's crazy. But that's true. That's true. Because I'm pretty sure, like, they like, for example, they know. I'm pretty sure they know, you know, through the comment section or like people making videos about them of how disliked they are. It's kind of hard not to notice, especially when stuff like that happens. Because I feel like I haven't really seen many creators talk about it, but I do remember one creator. He had this kind of, not necessarily controversy, but this really shitty thing happened to him. He was getting doxxed, right? And so many people made videos about the situation and was talking about, okay, like our friendships in the streaming sphere, really all that, because, you know, you can easily get doxxed by people. And people who you didn't even give the information to, like they went out of their way to find information about you and then post in like a random group chat. Crazy. And he was like, yeah, you know, when the whole thing was happening and I talked about it like on stream, there was so many videos that came out like right after, which was like insane. Because then you get recommended the videos because they used your name. They use like your name in the tag, so of course you're going to be recommended.
type of content. Since their peak in 2016, they've started to slowly decline in popularity. For a long time, they've become forgotten in the ever-growing abyss of the internet. And that's where YouTuber Voyin came in with a video called WatchMojo's Downfall Should Be Celebrated, essentially making a video talking about a lot of the same points that I already mentioned. Their quality over quality style, the lack of passion and content that's evident, and their very big inaccuracies. His argument is that WatchMojo's decline is a real win for real content because people no longer seem to be interested in soulless slop, and now this can make room for real creators. This video went viral for one reason. For one, it was the very first video that almost anybody made that actually reflected on WatchMojo's downfall and made a pretty good statement about it. But second, it led to one of the biggest internet crash outs ever. Right under the video, WatchMojo themselves saw it and actually commented this whole entire rant at Voyin, and it's insane. The day no one talks to you is the day you are irrelevant. So thank you. Okay, never heard of your channel, and I admit I didn't see the video, but a few points. In 2016,
This is an insane response, guys. This is an insane response. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Like, okay, I understand. I understand that at the end of the day, when it comes to content creation, creators will always see themselves as a business. Oh, someone's literally blowing their nose. But like, people will always see themselves as a business, right? But to the point where, you know, WatchMojo, like, we heard their, you know, up and coming, I guess, like, what their thought process was in creating a business, and like their, you know, ideas, and, you know, like, etc., like their ideology of like not having a personality, and like, you know, trying to dip all their fingers in all the different pots and topics. Like, we understand that, right? And so they're like, yeah, you know, like, we want to have like an actual business and be able to, you know, talk like a lot about different topics and keywords or like trending things. We have a whole team, you know, we have investors, and you're like, your response to a video, the day no one talks, the day no one talks you is the day you are irrelevant. I'm reading it word for word. The day no one talks you is the day you are irrelevant, so thank you. Okay, never heard of your channel, and I admit I didn't see the video, but few points. What intern or what employee did this, dude? Like, you don't need to give a response. Like, you don't need to like be in the comment section. There is a thing called restraint, but also to be so backhanded with your response of like, you know, first of all, the grammar's not even right in the beginning part. You missed the word. But the second part, to be like, okay, you know, never heard of you, loser, but you know, like, that vibe is crazy. That is a crazy response from like a corporate channel. It's funny how I only know WatchMojo because of this comment. Yeah. I remember maybe 8 years ago clicking on a video and, oh, this is not good, and got it less than 5 seconds. Never appeared on my feed again. No, that is so fair. Because like, I've only ever seen their videos through like shorts. Like short form content. I'm like scrolling through stuff. That's the only time I've ever seen their stuff. So I'm like, oh.
when we started, we were obviously a bit ahead of the curve. In 2012, when every channel was some vlogger sitting on a couch, we mastered our signature style, and many cried as it looked more like VH1, MTV, ESPN, and not what the vocal minority viewed as YouTube content. The challenge in media is staying relevant, keeping your audience guessing, etc. Companies like BuzzFeed, Vice, Vox, and channels inspired themselves by us all came in wet. We managed to both keep our OG fans happy and innovate. If by downfall you mean being a survivor, having 100 full-time employees who earn their living with us, then I will take it. Also, this may be inside baseball, but you are aware that AVOD is YouTube 1.0 and the platform has evolved, right? I could break it down for you, but why bother? Viewers were spending nearly an hour per watch session watching our content. We are, in the ways that matter, more pertinent than ever. As per SoundMojo, again, think of 2012 when the vocal minority whined and then we got the last laugh. Haters, envious, jealous people are fuel to our fire. This entire statement is the most impulsive mess that anyone could have possibly have ever made. From the grammar errors and even admitting that they didn't watch the video, like, this is literally as bad as it can get. They wrote this probably without the first ad even popping up. Because
No, exactly. Like they just full sentenced. Like they didn't even bother watching the actual video. And this is the thing too, where it's like when it comes to videos critiquing you, but like in any form of sense, I think you should like give it a watch. Like yeah, it is annoying. End of the day, it is going to be annoying because most people, like any person, is going to think that they didn't do anything wrong or like have their own opinions on like what happened. But, you know, if you're going to make a response, maybe you should actually watch the video.
If they did watch the video, they would see that Voyan quite literally compliments them and praises them at the end of the video. This whole paragraph is just a really unnecessary brag about how they were super big back in the day, when what he was talking about completely missed the point here. He brags about how innovative their style is, but the criticism about how lazy it is was just completely ignored and went over their head. He brags about having 100 full-time employees, but that just further really strengthens the criticism of inaccuracies. If you have 100 full-time employees, then why are there so many mistakes in the videos? That's literally their job. On top of it all, it makes no sense that you do have this company with all these employees and then having this giant temper tantrum because it makes you look bad and the company look bad, and therefore it possibly hurts the payment of these employees. And just
Exactly. It's really a really bad look on their part as a company, but also just like who approved of this dog? Because this is from the actual WatchMojo channel.
the last line about haters being fuel to the fire is like the most Reddit mod villain shit I've ever heard in my life. This became huge drama in the YouTube community that everybody talked about. It's ironic because this moment was the first time that anybody had heard of WatchMojo in years. I'm not ashamed to admit that back in 2012, I definitely was watching a pretty good amount of WatchMojo videos. My favorite being the video game Legends. The Zelda one really freaked me out. But over time, I stopped watching their content because honestly, I kind of just grew out of it. Same reason everybody else did. But this moment refreshed everybody's mind in the worst way possible. It's so strange seeing a company act like this because again, WatchMojo is a company, it's not necessarily a person. Even people under this comment were giving them a fat ratio, like a drastically big ratio. And what made it so much worse is that after getting called out, they doubled down on it. They posted a video right after all this called Top 10 Crash Outs, which was posted right after this whole fiasco, so they were clearly trying to play into it. It started off with this whole skit mentioning the incident. This was their way of trying to laugh and be in on the joke, but in reality, it just made it look so much worse and was pretty cringy. And in the comment section, they were arguing with almost every single person who left a bad comment. Self-awareness does not save you from getting digital tomatoes thrown at you and booed off the stage. We are the stage. We showcase others. Here, we just made fun of ourselves a bit. This ain't North Korea. Humor is not forbidden. Yeah, hopping on the hype train of your own irrelevance won't bring back relevance back. Yet you're here, ergo relevant to you. Now this one
Not the emojis in the post. Oh no. Oh no.
was probably the craziest one yet because they just got so visibly offended. Welcome back to Slop Live. Today's Slopic, WatchMojo's now farming their own internet drama. Thanks for slopping by. The whole slop comment is lazy as fuck. It shows a lack of understanding of what is slop, but I digress. No point in discussing or debating that. We are, relative to most media companies, still far more human-centric than most. We use AI for fact-checking, editing, etc. The way people use Google in 2000, Wikipedia in 2005, not as be-all end-all, but just as an extra tool. I find it shocking that people put their head in the sand and are anti-AI. To quote Chris Rock, that's keeping it real. Real dumb, but to each their own. I mean, really? Like, just absolutely stooping to new lows here. And this is just like a very small section of the comment that they responded to. There is so many in this one video alone. Almost
Like the fact that they're responding to so many hate comments is okay. Like I get wanting to have some sort of like interaction with people, but also like the algorithm and like pushing your video out further, but this just looks really bad. It's like, you know, looking at someone like side-eye.
every single person was getting a response. Like, I think they even hired someone just to respond to comments at this point. And almost every single one of them was pretending to not be butthurt, but the more you tell people that you're not butthurt, the more obvious that you are butthurt. But the crazy thing is though, they decided to triple down by actually dropping merch to capitalize on all of this. They dropped a t-shirt on that site that says crashing out since 2026, and the description is wild. Because if you're going down, you might as well sell merch while doing it. When the internet says you're crashing out, you don't apologize, you monetize. This unapologetically chaotic tee turns peak controversy into wearable, legend, blending, satire, self-awareness, and pure cultural irrelevance all into one gloriously unhinged statement piece. Whether you're spiraling publicly, pivoting aggressively, or simply counting down one of the funniest crash shows of the century so far, this shirt says what everyone's already thinking. Well, at least they're honest about the fact that they just simply want to make money off the drama, even with an
Oh, well, not the merch drop, dog. Not the merch drop. Yeah, I guess honesty, yeah, is pretty nice.
obviously AI generated caption, but it just doesn't take away from how cringy it is and definitely does not solve anything. I honestly don't know if anyone really bought this shirt, but if they did, I don't even know what to say. They're trying to make it so hard, like as if they're winning the fight or something, but it just comes off as so bad. The comments that started this whole entire fiasco was confirmed to be from founder Ashcan himself in his blog Context is King. He did make a post confirming he was the one who posted it, but doesn't really seem to regret it. In fact, he kind of doubles down on it and just further brags about the whole entire empire he built. Last month, I came across the video and commented on it, and while my takeaway was that it's best to simply avoid commenting at all, the only real regret I have was not watching the video first. My intention was more to make a general comment about the evolution of YouTube, the challenge of staying true to your most loyal fans while serving new audiences, and specifically not to make it about the video or channel in question. But it was the wrong message to the wrong crowd.
Why would you... Dude... Are you kidding me? Well, you know, I just commented on a YouTube video comment section, not for the video itself or like to the person in general, just to like air out my actual feelings about this topic. Dude, that's what a community post is. Just make a community post. If that was your intention and that you weren't butthurt over it or was upset or anything like that, you could have literally just gone to your own YouTube channel and made a community post if you really want to have this discussion or talk, or make a video about it. You didn't need to go and make this comment section in this random person's video. That's big yikes.
Some people are driven by fame, others by wealth. For 20 years, I avoided the former and delayed gratification of the latter, and paradoxically built WatchMojo into one of the most successful startups. Much of that was following your instinct, but also looking for the proverbial diamond in the rough terrain that is feedback and criticism. This was posted 1 month after the entire fiasco and didn't really show much growth at all. In his post, he quite literally has done his own listicle of the biggest hate comments that WatchMojo gets and his own argument for every single one. But he misses the mark on most of them. For example, the criticism that WatchMojo is too corporate and has no personality, he responds to by just telling the story of the come up rather than actually addressing it. And he's missing the point on what people are trying to say, because the real criticism is the fact that their content is lazy and feels like corporate slop. Or the critique of the content being stale and repetitive. He simply says that if a topic needs updating, then they'll do an updated version. But that's not the real criticism here, because a lot of their lists are just very useless info. And the worst one that he responded to on this was how they monetize tragedy, which would end up being the worst thing to happen to their channel and the biggest contributor to their downfall. When it comes to YouTube, there's multiple unwritten rules. Some of the biggest ones including not submitting false copyright strikes to smaller channels, don't steal or copyright from other creators without crediting them, and above all, do not disrespect dead legends. This is what WatchMojo did, and it's one of the very few things you can do on YouTube that you almost can never come back from when you do it. Just 1 month after the comment fiasco and still recovering from the controversy, WatchMojo posted the video 10 YouTubers who made videos knowing they were dying. Already, it's a pretty tasteless video because they're ranking dead YouTubers. Like, how do you like put one above the other?
Yeah, it's a big yikes. That is a really big yikes, especially when it comes to, you know, top 10 lists that are very like opinion based and things like that. Ranking someone's life story, especially if they were, you know, not doing well medically, I don't think that was a good idea. You know, like even if you like really wanted to make the video, one, I think if you have that many employees, you should have like kind of checks and, you know, like for example, something as simple as something as simple as like small, right? Like for example, me working with the pack, we have an idea for like a video, or we have an idea for like a game or something like that, and we'll like pitch the idea, you know, this is what we're going to be doing, this is like the vibe and stuff like that, and then, you know, we'll hear out on what people think, or if they have any like, okay, like for example, for me, I don't collaborate with a lot of people. I don't really like being in large groups of people. So it's like, okay, well, we're not going to open this up to like the public. Okay, then we'll do this or we'll do that. Like there was no one who saw this kind of topic and was like, maybe you shouldn't. Maybe you shouldn't do that. And like, again, if you really, really wanted to make this as like a tribute to the people who, like, who this video is about, then you could have been like, oh, hey guys, we're not going to do the usual like WatchMojo format or whatever. We're just going to like talk about these creators, which at that point, I'm like, do you really want to die on this hill about making this video? If you, again, because most of the time, like what they had discussed, right, is that they're not necessarily very, what do you call it? They're not very invested in the topics that they talk about. Like, yeah, sure, there's people who are head of departments, but there's no one who's like very like dedicated or very puts themselves into the content directly. So, big yikes.
It's very strange. Already, it's a pretty tasteless thing to do, and just very disrespectful. They were intentionally using big names like Technoblade in the description to increase the searchability of the video, because Technoblade is one of the most infamous deaths on YouTube. Even if you've never seen a single video, you know who he is. The internet tends to be very, very unforgiving when it comes to any Technoblade disrespect at all. Many creators have lost it all when throwing dirt on his name. YouTuber It's Owen lost his 3.5 million sub channel when he posted a clickbait video to MrBeast reacting to Technoblade's death. He's just one of those guys that you don't really disrespect no matter what. But WatchMojo is trying to capitalize on the death, and that's just simply not okay. And they've done this before. Like, they've made videos ranking top 10 tragedies or top 10 school shootings, which is just very, very random and weird. Like, you're trying to rank tragedies in a top 10 video. It just doesn't really fit the tone. But that wasn't really the main issue here, even though it was a problem. It was what they did in the middle of the video when they suddenly started to promote their AI slop music channel. This was pointed out by Jackson's after someone in his Discord server sent him the video and pointed it out to him.
Shortly after, he sadly passed away, causing several video games to honor Bane's legacy.
Before we continue, check out this single from SoundMojo's album Balance. Classical music reimagined as rock, hard rock, and...
That is crazy. Oh, big yikes. I see. I'm gonna skip through this part because I don't really want to listen to it.
Like, it's just so terrible. Like, the fact they put this in the middle of a dead YouTuber's video, like, words cannot describe just how disrespectful and soulless this is. This is like the final stage and epitome of late stage capitalism. This made the comment incident seem tame because this is just like a different level. This was just nothing short of greed. Nothing really epitomizes a lifeless corporation than trying to capitalize off people's death and then promote your AI music slop. The worst part of this was probably their response to the whole situation. The widow of Total Biscuit, who was in the video, even called them out for their video. My late husband at Total Biscuit being mentioned in a monetized lazy listicle video by WatchMojo called Top 10 YouTubers who made videos when they knew they were dying is tasteless enough. Plugging their AI slot music project in it as well is unforgivable. Should be ashamed. This tweet got more likes than most of the views that WatchMojo gets on their own channel. Now, they did remove the promotion of the AI music channel after all this backlash. And they also stated that 100% of the earnings from the video will be donated to charity. But let's be real, that's probably not going to be much because the views aren't super high. But this kind of was overshadowed by the other way that they're responding because they were still kind of doubling down on it a little bit. Because on the music page, they were still getting into comment wars with people. I'm not fucking joking. I'm so glad we won't soon have any drinking water for this gorgeous array of disordinate chords and awful nothing burger lyrics. Stop crushing on and being hysterical. Like, what is this?
Guys, stop responding to comments. It looks really bad. It looks especially when you're responding to like a hate comment as like a, you know, how do I explain this? Like when you're responding to comments and things like that, it honestly looks better for you as a creator or slash like business to just be gracious. Like if you actually really need to comment or interact, despite the person just being an asshole, you know, and just like hello, like, oh, you know, just ignore it at that point. Like there's really no point. That little second of like having gratification is not worth it in the long run, because you look bad. The way that you're responding and your general demeanor, people are gonna like read that and judge you and be like,
man. And on Ashcan's blog, he basically defended the fact that they were monetizing tragedy because, well, all companies do it. He then argues that he's celebrating the fandom and paying homage to the people that they mention. I don't know how plugging an AI music slop channel in the middle of a video is paying homage and celebrating their life, but go off. Ashcan is trying to make himself look like this mature entrepreneur who was super open to criticism, but that's far from the truth because he's clearly in denial of everything. He can't seem to understand that WatchMojo is going downhill and why people are not fans of their content. Now, is WatchMojo completely done for? Not entirely. The thing is though, even for the past couple years when they were experiencing a downfall, they were still gaining subscribers and getting a lot of views. Their growth rate has just steadily declined, but they were still technically growing. They were getting more and more subs, but the views were going down. And let's be real, when you get 10 million subscribers in just 2 years, it's pretty hard to keep up that trajectory. But if you look at view stats, this incident was the very first time that they actually lost subscribers, about 100,000 to be exact. Their views since their peak in 2016 with an estimated 2.7 billion have definitely gone down. But it's not like they don't get views at all. In the past year, they got 429 million views with an estimated earnings between $900,000 to $2.6 million. That's still pretty damn solid. The only question I really have though is if they truly do have 100 employees and this is their main source of income, doing the math, even in a best case scenario, that's around an average of $26,000 per employee. So I'm not sure how that works, because Ashcan himself said that a lot of their main money comes from ad revenue. I'm assuming it's why they spam post. But again, these are estimates and not official, so take that with a grain of salt. WatchMojo has seen an insane decline, but it's all self-implicated. Their lack of criticism is what got them into this mess, and taking criticism is the only way they can get out of it, but they don't seem to want to take that route. Or should I say Ashcan's lack of criticism intake. Because he's the one where this all starts and ends. He's the one who bet it all on WatchMojo and fought hard for it to become successful. And when that deserved success comes, he just stopped putting in the passion. That's the one thing you cannot fake with content. Passion. People know when they're being fed slop, and they will stop consuming that slop immediately. But in Ashcan's mind, these are all just haters who simply are jealous of his success. Because that's the only reason why they're speaking bad about him. It's not because their content is lazy. It's not because they monetize tragedy. It's not because they refuse to innovate their content at all. It's not because they refuse to take criticism. It's not because their content just flat out sucks. It's only because people are haters. That's the only reason why they're getting all of this backlash. At least, that's what Ashcan is going to constantly tell himself until the company is bankrupt and it's way too late to save it.
Man, yeah, it is very rough. Like, I understand that taking criticism is really hard, because I understand, because, you know, I'm me. I'm me as well. I think we all are human in that sense. But when, at the end of the day, when you hire employees, and this is something that we've talked about before, when you hire employees, your actions are no longer your own. Yeah, who cares? Like, say, you know, like, oh, I'm gonna say whatever the fuck I want. I'm gonna respond to hate comments the way that I want to, because at the end of the day, it only affects me. Unfortunately now it doesn't only affect you anymore. So dog, you gotta kind of think of the people who you're hiring, or even just like freelancers, right? Like, say you offload some of your content to other people to edit down, or to like make clips, or to promote and things like that, right? You still have to think about those people too. They may not be full-time employees, but you know, they're still there. Especially like the comment about you know, like people just stop watching because of slop. I agree with that. I very much agree with that. Like when I was listening to, like, unfortunately I was one of the victims to listening to late night, oh, history about like the Renaissance or whatever, and it would be like this guy with like a nice crackling fire in the background, and he has like a really like nice voice, and he's like talking into the camera, like talking into the mic, like really nice, and like talking about historical facts, and you're like supposed to fall asleep to it, right? Yeah, I listened to that before because I was like, oh, I need falling asleep content, sure, why not? Clicked on the video, and then as I was listening to it, because, you know, I don't necessarily fall asleep really fast, yeah, the script got weird. I was like, okay, well, you know, maybe he forgot to edit that part out. And listen to it further, and it gets even worse. It gets even worse. So you're like, oh no, this is AI slop, isn't it? And unfortunately, it was. So I completely stopped listening to it, because there's a difference, especially when it comes to content, of people creating things that bring them joy or have some sort of special, like, have some sort of interest in it, right? Like any sort of passion or interest or dedication. Because when you're making videos and things like that, learning how to edit, learning how to audio balance, adding filters to your mic, scheduling out a day for you to record, especially if you're like, you know, have a IRL camera in your face, getting ready for that, choosing the right lighting, you know, a lot of not necessarily, how do I explain this? A lot of little details that I don't think a lot of people think about to create a YouTube video goes into creating that YouTube video. So for me, I would rather be watching someone who actually wants to put in the effort, who wants to talk about the things they want to talk about, or, you know, for example, say someone who is like a voice actor or something. Like, say they're like a voice actor and they do a lot of like corporate work, right? And they're like, hey, I really have this passion about, you know, I don't know, like comic books or something, and I want to make video essays about comic books. Well, if I use my voice, then I don't know, maybe it's like like for example, if they want to make something that's separate from their voice acting identity, if that makes sense, where they're like, hey, I don't want to have like my own fans to be coming in and like, you know, only commenting like, hey, I want you to do this role, hey, I want you to do this, hey, why aren't you streaming, things like that, then I can understand why they would use like a, you know, AI voice, or like pay someone to voice their scripts for them, things like that, right? So that's why for me, it's very, it's like, I can see why someone would want to use AI voice for that, right? And I'm like, okay, you know, if that's how it is, or like some person who wants to make videos about, I don't know, surviving in the apocalypse, and they're like, hey, I don't really want to use my voice because I'm not a native English speaker. So then they use, again, like an AI voice. That makes more sense to me, and I would be more comfortable watching their videos if that was the case. Especially if like the voice itself was like ethically sourced from like a, you know, voice bank of some sorts. That I would understand. But yeah, I don't know. Alright, I'm going to bed before I fall asleep here. Good night. Yeah, of course, Jaybird. Good night, good night, good night. Have a good rest. Have good eeps. But yeah, I don't know. I have a very much... I can understand why people would not want to watch slop, because I'm very much one of those people too. Because once you find out, it's kind of hard to really watch it anymore. Like, oh, this person doesn't actually care about the content they put out. And that's why it's really sad when you see huge creators who end up getting into controversy, especially like overseas creators who have like a predominantly English audience. And then all of a sudden you see them like change and they start doing content that's like really weird. Like there was one Korean artist that I ended up like following, or Korean YouTuber who I ended up following for many years. And then he took like a really long break. So I was like, okay, maybe he's gonna stop making content, or like he's gonna take it a step back to like take care of his, I don't know, family or life or whatever. I don't know this man. But I ended up finding out that he was in this huge controversy in Korea, that people were exposing a lot of his criminal record, as well as like allegations and things like that to some of the stuff that he did currently. So I was like, oh, so I wouldn't have known this if this person who speaks Korean and English decided to like translate it and post it on Reddit. Interesting. Okay. And then you see a huge shift from his, you see a huge shift from his content back then to like what he does now. And all he does is like skit content. Not in a sense of like, oh, I'm going to pretend that I'm on an airplane and I'm dealing with customers, or like I'm attending to passengers, things like that, right? No, more of a sense of just really weird live streams of him dressed up as like Pomni from like the Amazing Digital Circus, and like dancing with like a random lady and then kids. And it's really sad to see. Because like, you know, he's capitalizing on the fact that he has a lot of subscribers, and like this is like the content that people are watching currently, because, you know, especially when you appeal to kids in a sense, kids aren't really going to think deeply about the stuff that they're watching. They kind of just want to watch shit in general, especially like the younger audience. So if you put on a costume, and especially like the Amazing Digital Circus in a sense, where it's like, it's a series that's really popular amongst younger teens, but especially like kids, because of the colors. It's not necessarily a kid show, but because of the color scheme, it's kind of pushed further in front of kids. So I can kind of see why he decided to do that sort of stuff. I don't know how true some of the allegations were against him, but you know, I stopped watching him because I didn't like that content. I don't want to watch weird. To me, it's weird. Personally, to me, it's weird content of like a dude who is like, it's not even the cosplaying aspect of it either. It's just weird content. I'm like, this is not enjoyable for me at all. So I can understand people turning their face away from a lot of like slop-ish content like that. See, I thought briefly about making a video about my art fight experience, and I already started to go insane only imagining the script. No, that's fair. That is very fair. And especially when it comes to making YouTube videos, people have all of their different type of, what do you call it? People have their different types of methods. I know some like YouTubers who make full-on scripts, like bar for bar scripts, because they do like voiceover, I want to say. Then you can just edit out like the pauses and stuff like that. Other people, like for me, I just do bullet points and I just go for it. I'm like, yeah, if I script anything, it's going to sound like I'm actually reading from a script, and I don't think that's very enjoyable. At least when it comes to like my personal opinion. For me, not for anyone else, just for myself. Yeah, I think when you do something bad, it's always hard to change the viewer opinion back to acceptable. It's my feeling when Ross appears on my feed. I know you're not using... I know you are not using AI now, but you has done before. I got out of characters. Oh my god, no worries, no worries. But yeah, it's kind of hard to stay beside a creator, especially like when they do something that's really hard pill to swallow. Because like even people who are like extremely beloved, who like don't really have much of any controversies, and they make one mistake and they see a massive dip in their audience. Like it's tough to see, and I think everyone who decides to stop following them has every right to, obviously has every right to stop watching or supporting them, but it at the end of the day, it is hard to see, especially when they make changes to get better and improve, or to, you know, look at themselves and try to not even like how do I explain this? Like yeah, I guess they're just moving forward and trying to improve and to not necessarily run from what they did, but actively trying to make things better. It do be rough. Ooh, that reminds me. I should change my. I'm gonna input a. God damn it. Yeah, I gotta unplug my mouse. I hate it. I really gotta fix that. Also, I'm gonna leave Bro's video in the. Oh shit. Again, I unplugged my mouse. Ooh. Here we go. Here, I'm gonna go ahead and post Bro's link to his video. There's for YouTube and there's for Twitch. I didn't check when it was posted. I thought it was an old video and I was like, oh, I feel bad. It's like the first 16 hours. My bad, dude. There you go. There we go. Changing my music. Man, there's some like god tier artists with line art. It's crazy. Let's see. I'm looking for anatomy. Like I know the legs are supposed to look like that, but it looks really weird to me. I don't know. I'm just gonna redraw them. Yeah, I guess it's right, but do I still have the reference photo for this? I'm not too sure if I do. August has arrived. Oh my gosh. That is true. Hey, Madeline. Here, let me see. How many hours do you have left for our fight? I think we're almost 24 hours before our fight ends. Yeah, 1 day, 10 hours. As I get angry over legs. It's hard. I need less chill music. I need more like hyper music. There we go. Let's see. I think this is like a closer version of the pose, because I don't think I have the pose anymore actually. Oh my god, I can't use it. I can't right click to save my life. No. Well, we'll just try. It's horrible, but I'm considering restarting. I hate it. Let's see. Yeah, but I hope you guys are, your day is going well. This feels like an easier pose. Well, guys, we're starting over. I have no self-control. We're starting over. Because I believe in us. I believe in us. Sometimes you just gotta nuke everything. It's fine. Bloop. Quick drawing speed run. Exactly. Any tiny bug that has the ability to fly, I hate you. Unless you're a bee, but other than that, I hate you. I hate you so much. There's like a stupid tiny flying bug that like only shows up at night because of my stupid screen, and I'm like, dog, I hate this. I hate this so much. But yeah, how have you guys? How has your art fight been? This year I didn't really do a lot. That's fine, that's fine. I'll have a better plan for next year. I am happy though that I finished so many commissions. Or like was able to book so many. I think so many of my friends also just or like the people that I know stop very early for art fight. They're like, yeah, I'm pooped, I'm done. Which I think is really good. At least we're like kind of the mindset on it, right? They're like, I had fun, I'm done now. I think it was good. I feel like I improved a lot. Oh, W, let's go. That's good. You have like a favorite piece that you did?
We were sparks on quiet streets, two hearts finding where to meet. But life pulled us apart, left me talking to the dark. If I called you tonight, would it feel the same? Or have we both moved on to different names? Take me back to the start, before the quiet and the scars. When the world felt small and your hands felt warm. Take me back to the start, if only for a moment. I've been up since 3, scrolling back where we used to be. Half truths in this late night chat, both of us knowing what a life at.
Funny enough, my favorite piece was a prompt to create yourself an OC. Oh, let's go. Sounds like fun. Sounds like fun. I feel bad that I wasn't for another person, but it was a fun painting to make. Oh, no, no worries, no worries. I think there's even some people who just only do the prep work and they're like, yeah, this was like a good way for me to finally get my reference sheets done, but I'm out. I think as long as you have fun. I think this arm needs to be fixed, but we'll keep going. Where the hell is Vicinity's reference sheet? I should have it. Is it really not in my pictures? What? Reference sheets. I'm gonna go find one then. Alright, I'll be right back. I've returned. There we go. Oop. Honestly, the thing feels better than changing into like your pajamas and stuff. I feel free.
For us, and I'm not okay. The sun ain't gon' shine all day. Can't wait to see it on your face. Girl, you know, gotta do better than walking on dodging the surface. Every day I've been out praying my baby not hurt. All of the weather we doing our promises.
Oh yeah, I was supposed to get Vasily's reference sheet.
Baby, I'm certain. I want it all. We come in, it's a coupe, and we go ring it right back. Tell him, man, you know I'm suited, but I ain't never gon' slack. I had to study the map. I had to find where I'm at. The legend, a symbol of that. Symbols, I ain't gonna crash. Catch me in the cut, hun. Some like the duck running.
There we go.
I ain't coming with none. I know what they want from it. I just bought the fake love.
No.
Up the gates on it. Ain't no debating on it. It got legs like K-Honey.
Here, let me just. Shit.
I done seen the play cross feet. God drive like 6 V's. Flow sick, give me 6
I'm like, oh, let me just, you know,
hit a peak, but slow in my seat.
take a screenshot of it. But I was like, oh,
Everything but the beach like a chain.
I see the issue. I see the issue. It's whatever. It's never mind.
Walking on dodging the surface. Every day I've been out praying.
You just have like really baggy pants, is what I have to remember.
All of the weather we doing our promises worth it. Open the curtains. Baby, I'm certain. I want it all. We come in, it's a coupe, and we go ring it right back. Tell him, man, you know I'm suited, but I ain't never gon' slack. I had to study the map. I had to find where I'm at. The legend, a symbol of that. Symbols, I ain't gonna crash. I've been going out of my way for us, and I'm not okay. The sun ain't gon' shine all day. Can't wait to see it on your face. Girl, you know, gotta do better than walking on dodging the surface. Every day I've been out praying my baby not hurt.
It's like, thicker shoes on the bottom. Okay, I think I can do that. Let's see. How do I?
We were sparks on quiet streets, two hearts finding where to meet. But life pulled us apart, left me talking to the dark. If I called you tonight, would it feel the same? Or have we both moved on to different names? Take me back to the start, before the quiet and the scars. When the world felt small and your hands felt warm. Take me back to the start, if only for a moment. I've been up since 3, scrolling back where we used to be. Half truths in this late night chat, both of us knowing what a lie that. Funny how we talk like we're fine, but your name still lives in my rhyme. Take me back to the start, before the quiet and the scars.
Oh. Oh. Okay.
Back to the start, before the quiet and the scars. When the world felt small and your hands felt warm. Take me back to the start, if only for a moment. If only for a moment.
Oh my god. Uh, One of the few things that I've been seeing lately is people playing Firewatch again. They're like a resurgence of people wanting to play Firewatch. Because I recently just, you know, one of my friends recommended me to watch it or like play it. And so for me, I was like, oh, I'll just watch it because I have like one dude who I watch a lot of his content. Just in like, he does like a lot of horror type of horror games. So I was like, okay, but I'll just like watch his playthrough. That's fine. Um, but I've been recently seeing a lot of people play it, like people live streaming it or just doing their playthrough of it on YouTube. So I'm like, oh my god, this is like the 4th or 5th time that I've seen this within like the past week. What the hell? It's a good game. Like, I highly recommend playing it or like watching someone play it. If you're not that much of a gamer or anything like that. It's pretty good. At least like story wise, I was like, oh, very enjoyable to watch. Personally, for me, I don't think I would be able to do like a job like Firewatch. Like being a fire person. Not like a firefighter, but like being out there and like being on the lookout for any smoke and shit. You're so isolated from everyone else. It's probably a really nice gig once you're like tired of people in general.
as a silky pillowcase, slither in my innocent oasis. You bring the pain, I deliver patience. I see the lion and try to tame him. I know the werewolf behind the sheep, familiar the scent of deceit behind your pretty teeth. Say you need space to breathe, but what does that really mean? I don't believe when you said to me you really need space to breathe. What you really got up your sleeve? I don't believe when you said to me you really need space to breathe. I know something's up your silky little sleeve. Your silky little sleeve. Something's up your silky little sleeve. Your silky little sleeve. I seen it coming from up the block. Must be the one that you think I'm not. Let me remind you if you forgot. I'm not the 1 or the 2 or the 3 or the 5. Girl, you need space. Go ahead, get your life. While you're searching, hope you find. Act right, saying you're fine. Read between lines. I was born at night, not last night. I can't believe when you said to me you really need space to breathe. What you really got up your sleeve? I don't believe when you said to me you really need space to breathe. I know something's up your silky little sleeve. Your silky little sleeve. Something's up your
us and I'm not okay. The sun ain't gon' shine all day. Can't wait to see it on your face. Girl, you know, gotta do better than walking out and dodging the surface. Every day I've been out praying my baby not hurt. Ay. All of the weather we doing, I promise it's worth it. Ay. Open the curtains, ay. Baby I'm certain. Ay. I want it all, we come in, it's a coupe, and we gon' ring it right back. Tell him, man, you know I'm suited, ay. But I ain't never gon' slack. I had to study the map, I had to find where I'm at. The legend, a symbol of that. Symbols, I ain't gonna crash. Catch me in the cut, hun. Something like the duck running. I ain't coming with nothing. I know what they want from it. I can spot the fake loving. Rolling up the gates on it. Ain't no debating on it. It got legs like K-Honey. Us I'm skate on the beat. I done seen the play cross the feet. God drive like 6 V's. Flow sick, give me 6 feet. Mountain climbing out to hit a peak, bunch of snow in my seat, it ain't the same no more. Life is everything but the beach, like a chain, I'm a lean with your lady for sure. Gotta do better than walking out and dodging the surface. Every day I've been out praying my baby not hurt. Ay. All of the weather we doing, I promise it's worth it. Ay. Open the curtains, ay. Baby I'm certain. Ay. I want it all, we come in, it's a coupe, and we gon' ring it right back. Tell him, man, you know I'm suited, ay. But I ain't never gon' slack. I had to study the map, I had to find where I'm at. The legend, a symbol of that. Symbols, I ain't gonna crash. I've been going out of my way for us, and I'm not okay. The sun ain't gon' shine all day. Can't wait to see it on your face. Girl, you know, gotta do better than walking out and dodging the surface. Ay. Every day I've been out praying my baby not hurt. Ay. All of the weather we doing, I promise it's worth it. Ay. Open the curtains, ay. Baby I'm certain.
We were sparks on quiet streets, two hearts finding where to meet. But life pulled us apart, left me talking to the dark. If I called you tonight, would it feel the same? Or have we both moved on to different names? Take me back to the start, before the quiet and the scars. When the world felt small and your hands felt warm. Take me back sparks on quiet streets, two hearts finding where to meet. But life pulled us apart, left me talking to the dark. If I called you tonight, would it feel the same? Or have we both moved on to different names? Take me back to the start, before the quiet and the scars. When the world felt small and your hands felt warm. Take me back to the start, if only for a moment. I've been up since 3, scrolling back where we used to be. Half truths in this late night chat, both of us knowing what a life at. Funny how we talk like we're fine, but your name still lives in my rhyme. Take me back to the start, before the quiet and the scars. Take me back to the start, before the quiet and the scars. When the world felt small and your hands felt warm. Take me back to the start, if only for a moment. If only for a moment. If only for a moment. Take me back to the start, before the quiet and the scars. When the world felt small and your hands felt warm. Take me back to the start, if only for a moment.
Oh, I see. No worries, no worries. Yeah, I was just locked in too. I think it was also me being quiet. Cause I was listening to this guy talk about The Quiet Place. So The Quiet Place is like a series that I very much enjoy. Because I do remember they came out with like the game, I think 2 years ago, a year back, I think maybe. And if I'm being completely honest, I didn't watch the whole thing. Because there wasn't a lot of people who I knew back then that was playing it, so I didn't really watch it. And I'm really sure it's a fun game to play, but it's probably not that fun to actually watch because it's the whole aspect of being quiet. But yeah, I very much enjoyed I enjoyed the first movie. I enjoy the prequel. I don't believe I watched the second one actually. I think I was on a plane trying to watch the second one, but then I fell asleep. I don't think he made another video about The Quiet Place. Yeah, no, he didn't make another video. Damn. Ooh, I do want to watch 28 Years Later though. I haven't watched it yet. I was like, oh my god, did I forget to? I just realized I was like, oh my god, did I forget to turn off the text? I did. I did. Trying to find a pen too. That's very the vibe that I want is kind of hard. Oop. There's 3D printed houses. Wait, is this those houses that like are made out of concrete actually? Wait a minute. Here, let me It's the easiest way to do this. Here, just so you guys can listen along, so I don't sound like I'm crazy. So I don't sound like I'm insane. And let me put the video credits. Megaprojects 3D printed. Okay. Where's my OBS? There we go. There, now you guys can listen with me.
In the United States, more than 90% of people live in counties where the costs of housing have risen more than income over the last 20 years. Housing suppliers failed to keep up with demand, the gap having been widening ever since the early 2000s. Relatedly, the share of 25 to 34-year-olds living with their parents has been climbing, nearly doubling from 10% in 1983 to 19.1% in 2023, and that was even after a sizable post-COVID decline in young people living at home. The stats are little better across the world, with housing having become one of the defining issues of the last few years, often tied in with broader affordability concerns in the face of rising inflation and stagnant wage growth. The crisis of living space and cost is why 3D printed houses were initially thought to be a bit of a game changer. With development times for traditional housing ever expanding and the costs of doing business increasing, the ability to quickly and cheaply 3D print housing structures.
Yeah, there we go. See, there we go. There we go. It is like when they print out houses with like concrete. Okay. I feel, I was like, I was always like, since I first heard about them making these houses, I was like, okay, you know, I'm not like a, you know, I'm not gonna be like a negative Nancy over everything. So you know, okay, sure, let's see how it turns out in a few years.
held the potential to completely upend the housing market. That could have led to a huge production boom and made prices more affordable for everyone, regardless of whether the house had been traditionally built or 3D printed. That's not, however, how things have worked out in practice. Despite the promise of the technology, there has not been a 3D printed housing boom. You'd have probably noticed that on Zillow. In 2023, there were at best a few dozen 3D printed homes, once you exclude the ones built for show purposes.
Yeah, exactly. They're basically like, how do I explain it? The way that they look, right, is like a normal house, like a normal like square house in a sense. But they just have like rounded corners because they're like, you know, they're how it like kind of works in like very caveman like terms is that it just squeezes out the material into like little lines, like 3D printing, like how it usually goes, right? Where it's just like that those little pieces. And then it just like stack on top of each other. So yeah, they do make them look a bit nicer now in a sense of like putting up like, you know, painting them or putting in, you know, windows and doors and trying to give them like a nice like metal roof usually.
And although there is no global body keeping track of the exact number of 3D printed homes worldwide, the best estimates we have still pegged that number somewhere in the low to mid.
See, guys, I promise. Oh, like not North Americans thinking that concrete houses are insane. Yeah, no, it's like this, right? It's like this, right? It's just. Like, I'm pretty sure there's like concrete floors in a lot of like different areas in the world, right? But it looks so funny. It looks so funny in a sense, like the way that they're like, how do I show this? Because my stupid mouse, they really look like they're 3D printed, 100%. Like they have all those like little grooves in them. It's like, it's not smooth concrete either. It's not like it's very like blocked in a sense. It's very much looks like they squeezed out. Like they squeezed it from like a tube.
Hundreds. That would barely make a dent in a mid-sized city's housing market, let alone an entire country.
Guys, I promise if you make your houses from brick and concrete like the rest of us, they won't break with a punch, please. Oh my god, the mean girl crying, yeah. Because I think it was like, most of the houses made in the US, I feel like, is made from like drywall and like wood in a sense. So I'm like, that makes sense, you know? I want to know how much it costs to make, or like, because like, I'm pretty sure it's not cheap to have the 3D printed machine to do all the work. Like, yeah, it's supposed to be like, it's supposed to cut down costs in a sense of like having standard like construction workers, but that can't be cheap to move. That can't be cheap to, you know, set up every single time. Mainly costs cheaper than using brick.
But if building houses using 3D printing technology is faster and cheaper than building them the traditional way, and yeah, it probably is, then why is the technology as a whole failing to meet expectations? Well, to understand that, we first have to understand the process of 3D printing. I'm 3D printing something right now on a little Prusa 3D printer.
Oh my god.
How does 3D printing work? 3D printing is the process of constructing a three-dimensional object using a blueprint in the form of a CAD, computer assisted design model, or a digital.
The 3D printed ones are probably not good. Yeah.
Or 3D model. The materials, which can include plastics, liquids, and powder grains, are fused together under computer control, usually one layer at a time. This process can take anywhere from several hours to a few days, depending on the object being created and the type of printer being used. The advantages of 3D printing over making something by hand or through a traditional production method are vast. One of the more important is the ability to create objects with complex geometries that would otherwise just be difficult to produce at scale through other means. The technology is also very precise when it comes to material use. For example, imagine you need a star shape for an art project. Your first idea might be to cut out a piece of corkboard or whatever material you're working with and make it into a star shape. Obviously. But what happens to the excess material, the stuff left over after you cut out the star? Well, yeah, most of the time you just throw it in the trash, don't you? But when it comes to 3D printing, the printer can simply make a star shape with little to no excess material loss. As the technology advances, it may help cut down on labor, maintenance, and material costs, even outside of generally reducing waste. All of this would be huge for any industry, but especially housing construction, which is a labor-intensive, high-waste business. If 3D printed housing construction would
Drywall and cement, although highly durable, can be chipped away at very easily. I would know I used a screwdriver, which is still framed underneath the paint and cement of my window. I was a kid, a little too supervision, hyperactivity. I see. Yeah, because especially when it comes to like housing in general, I feel like in the United States, yeah, there are a few houses that are like for sale, but like they're not good. They need a lot of renovation work done. And even like now, when I see a few friends that I know of who are trying to sell houses or sell their houses or move to another, I don't know, city, or I don't know, changing their housing situation, the amount of money and work and effort that they need to put into making their house look nice to be able to resell it again, it's like, damn, dude, damn. Because most of it's just like cosmetic, right? Most of it's not really getting into the basis of the house.
were to take off, it could not only theoretically address the supply issue, but also lower the cost of building a house in general, essentially addressing the price issue at both ends of the equation. Beyond the basics we already discussed, however, 3D printed construction projects face some additional challenges. When using 3D printers for construction, the materials are typically concrete, cement, wax, foam, and polymers, which can be produced both off-site and on, depending on the company and the printers involved in the project. Still, that is just for the bare structure of the house. It does not include things like wiring up electricity or any other finishing touches necessary. A basement or foundation structure will also usually have to still be assembled, at least in part, on site. Still, the printing process itself can be quick. Chinese company Winsun claimed to be able to print 10 houses in 24 hours, with each costing around $5,000 each before windows, doors, and other important features have been installed. Now, this claim was later disputed, but other companies have also claimed to be able to print the base structure for a house in roughly a day, though depending on the material, it may require more time to dry. Clay-printed houses, for example, may take weeks to fully dry out. Put this all together, and the overall picture is that while 3D printed housing is faster and cheaper than traditional methods, it's not yet as fast and as cheap as you might expect. And all of this excludes the initial startup costs of buying a printer capable of pumping out housing components in the first place.
That's
there
true.
are also still some tricky technical issues. Solid concrete, the primary material used in 3D printed housing construction, is a terrible insulator with basically zero resistance to heat flow. Worse still, concrete acts as a heat bridge, bleeding out heat during harsh winters and even drawing in more solar energy during the height of summer. The technical details are a little bit complicated, but there's essentially no way for concrete alone to reach the levels of heat insulation needed to satisfy modern building codes. There are solutions. For example, you can print a hollow shell of concrete as the strong, sturdy part of the wall and then fill it with insulation to make sure you reach the heat flow resistance necessary to meet codes. Other methods, like printing the insulation concurrently with the concrete, are still in their infancy and are not yet fully developed. So this is another bit of extra time and expense necessary to facilitate the construction of 3D printed houses. There are also concerns about environmental impacts, and standard concrete has a high carbon footprint, and cement production already accounts for about 8% of all global CO2 emissions. With environmental regulations in place to slow down or mitigate climate change, and a large block of people deeply concerned about the environment, a high CO2 material used in a developing technology that has yet to mature is just a target for regulation. While some printer methods claim to be lower in carbon than others, there isn't much independent verification of these claims as of yet. Still, if these were the only problems facing the industry, we'd probably already be seeing entire 3D printer communities popping up all over the world, hailed as the magic bullet capable of solving the housing crisis. But there are two things worse than delays and high.
I think it also depends on like what area of the United States that you're going to be putting these houses, right? Because especially when I think about it, like obviously the United States is really big. So like when you think about, you know, something as simple as like what he was mentioning, insulation, when it comes to houses that are like on the East Coast versus like, well, upper East Coast versus like the South, right? Because I think, like obviously for anything, a lot of factors go into it. Hold up. I'm trying to fix this. Because what it's reminding me of is just like the boom that like tiny houses were. Like, oh my god, like they're so good, like they're so cheap, they're so small, they'll be able to house a lot of people. And then once you start looking into the people who make the tiny houses, as well as like when you get down to it, especially, it's so stupid because I can only talk about, you know, the United States in a sense of like some of the bullshit, like really annoying things that happens when you build anything on even land that you own. It's like you need permits, you need regulations for like every single thing. And when it comes to something like tiny houses, you also need to have insurance in a sense. But you can't have regular home insurance because they don't see it as a home. They see it most of the time, if you're on wheels and you're like a tiny house that can move, they see it as a trailer. Not in like a trailer, like a trailer park trailer, but like an RV. And so you get into the legalities of like, okay, well, if you move your tiny house, it loses all of its insurance and all of its protection based off of like these certain factors or whatever, or it depends on even what state that you live in. And those like, you know, laws in a sense, like even like a community, right, where it's like, okay, well, you can't have that tiny house because XY reasons, and if you want to have it, you have to have it like this, you have to put it on like blocks, and you have to have it like be static instead of being able to move. So there goes like a lot of little things, like tiny things, when it comes to having any sort of housing, which is really, really annoying.
Unexpected costs keeping the industry from rapid expansion. Cracks and bureaucracy. So in November of 2024, the town of Muscatine in Iowa decided to tear down a 3D printed home. Why? Well, it had failed to meet structural benchmarks, which is a fancy way of saying that the concrete used in the home's construction was cracking. Rob Monahan, Housing Initiative Manager of the Community Foundation of Greater Muscatine, which is overseeing the project, spoke to Forbes saying, quote, "We had vertical cracking and some horizontal cracking, which was less of a concern, and we knew we had issues," end quote, referring to the strength of the concrete. Construction began in May, and even just a few months later, the problems were already becoming apparent. The material wasn't hitting their benchmarks for structural soundness, and they had failed to even identify the reason for the cracks, quoting, "We're still trying to sort out whether it was because of climate," end quote, which is a reasonable guess given that the heat index had reached 120 degrees over the summer and been coupled with high humidity. Zachary Mannheimer, founder of the subcontractor on the project, quoting him, "Frustration is probably not the word I would use. We learned so much from the process itself." According to Mannheimer, the walls were structurally sound, but the cracks were concerning enough to merit a teardown. Alquist, the company behind it, has since developed a new material that's stronger, less expensive, and carbon neutral, though that's little comfort to the town of Muscatine. The problem is that 3D printing is still a finicky process, especially at the housing scale. Small differences in heat or humidity can have drastic consequences for a structure as it's being printed or as it dries. So can small differences in the composition of the material being printed. At one early 3D printing project in Saudi Arabia, they kept the printing materials in air-conditioned containers to prevent any heat-related chemical reactions. Any changes to these variables could lead to cracks down the road, and it would be hard to tell which one was the cause. Now, of course, this means that without advancements in the composition of the material and its resistance to heat, humidity, and minor variations in makeup, the most reliable way to construct 3D printed houses will be in off-site facilities. This will naturally mean that building parts have to be transported to the construction site, which means, once again, the cost difference between 3D printing and traditional construction will narrow. And for Muscatine, a small town in Iowa, it means they'll be left behind, a casualty of an industry still finding its footing. Alquist relocated to Colorado under the guidance of its new CEO, Patrick Callahan. Of the project in Iowa, industry consultant Stephen Mansour said, quote, "I was hoping they would destroy it, the home, because in traditional construction, that's what you do. For the industry, it's not a black eye. The black eye would be if somebody lived in it," end quote. But while the cracks would be bad enough on their own, they are a technical issue that is solvable. After all, there are examples of 3D printed homes having been fully constructed without suffering these issues. Once we get enough experience with the technology and understand what causes the cracks, we'll be able to develop new systems or materials in order to prevent them. So, a hit to productivity in the short term and a major struggle for individual companies, but it's not a death blow to the field itself. Instead, it's regulatory hurdles that may be the true barrier to widespread adoption. Construction is understandably one of the most regulated industries in the world, and while 3D printed housing shows promise, it is at the end of the day a basically unproven method for housing development. Theoretically, houses made from cement should last for a century or more and be resistant to weather damage, insects like termites, fires, and other common household hazards than traditional homes, but we just don't know if the theory will stand the test of time. Unlike with traditional housing, where we can simply point to a 150-year-old house and say, look, it's 150 years old. We obviously can't do that for 3D printed structures yet. We didn't have those in the 19th century. Less well-made 3D printed homes may show cracks within months, but it may also be the case that even the better-made ones will show signs of deterioration in 20 years, in 5 years, maybe just 1 year. We just don't really know yet. And that has made regulators wary of approving 3D printed housing projects and has made the projects themselves vulnerable to regulatory changes from everything from safety advocates to environmentalists. And of course, a huge reason houses aren't getting built the traditional way in the first place, despite massive persistent demand, is a regulatory and local zoning framework that
Video music is what Zoomer feels on TikTok. I guess, question mark? I feel like it's a very standard YouTube video.
discourages housing projects in general. Having a new, cheap way to build houses doesn't actually offer a benefit if your local zoning board is rejecting all development plans regardless, but I mean, that's a whole other issue. Still, despite the challenges, some intrepid companies are trying to make the technology work, gambling that the technical hurdles to the printing process can be solved, while the cost-efficiency proposition of 3D printed houses will win hearts and minds of both regulatory and zoning boards. There's only one problem though. The projects keep failing. Cairo is a small town in It's not in Illinois, it's not in Egypt. In Egypt, it's a massive Gulf city. It's one of the furthest south in the entire state, sitting closer to Kentucky and Missouri than to Chicago. With a population of less than 2,000 and one that has been declining in recent decades, Cairo seemed like exactly the kind of place where a 3D printing housing venture could thrive. While cities are also in dire need of housing, the problem there is more one of space and regulatory hurdles, not the availability of resources necessary to build in the first place. Cairo is the opposite. Lacking the resources for a thorough housing push and not particularly desirable as a place to move, building a neighborhood of 3D houses could make construction projects economically feasible, improve the lives of residents, and even attract new people to the shrinking town. Enter Prestige Project Management, which in late summer 2024 had finalized a deal with Cairo to build 30 duplexes. Only days later, crews had arrived and were ready to conduct the groundbreaking. The first duplex constructed was hailed as the first new house built in the small city in nearly 3 decades. Over 100 people had shown up for the groundbreaking ceremony. People cheered. Hope was in the air. This project was just the beginning, according to Mayor Thomas Stimson. State Senator Dale Fowler, whose district covered some of the most impoverished residents in all of Illinois, also hailed the beginning of the project as a step toward greater prosperity for residents. Fowler in particular had put his money where his mouth was, quite literally. His nonprofit had secured a $40,000 donation to pay for the groundbreaking event. Construction, or should we say printing, began in earnest, and within a month, the walls of the first duplex had gone up and interior work had begun. And then, the project suddenly stalled. The owners would later blame our old friend, cracks in the structure, for the delay, saying that they needed to verify the structural integrity of the unit. Prestige waited for over a year to be presented with a plan to deal with the cracks from the printer supplier, but none ever came. Time continued to pass, no one moved into the duplex, and the on-site printer was quietly moved elsewhere. That's around when reporters started asking questions. It was uncovered that Prestige, the company contracted to build the houses, had bizarrely forfeited a $590,000 deposit on a different printer when they suddenly cancelled their order. Perhaps even more ominously, several employees had quit Prestige right around the time of the groundbreaking. The exodus of workers happened to coincide with an anonymous email making the rounds that claimed Prestige's foray into 3D printing was little more than a publicity stunt and that the company had allegedly engaged in fraud during its other construction projects. It wasn't just reporters asking questions either. The FBI had gotten curious about Prestige's activities as well, launching an investigation into the company. To date, there haven't been any arrests, but it certainly isn't a good look for the company or its owners. Jamie Hayes and Eric Burtis founded Prestige in
Oh god, it very much is like, I don't know. I feel like there's I'll just play the video.
2021. The offices were located in Harrisburg, another small town in Illinois, less than 100 miles away from Cairo, though with a population of 8,000, it was significantly larger. It was one of 7 companies that Hayes had started since 2020, 3 of which were co-founded with Burtis. With Hayes as the money man and Burtis in charge of day-to-day operations, the pair built up a varied set of businesses, going into school construction management, solar farm fencing, and of course, 3D printing duplexes for the small town of Cairo. After getting advice from his son Josh about what was hot in construction, Burtis decided to go into 3D printing in 2023. Once Burtis had zeroed in on Cairo, an area in desperate need of development, as the starting point for the new printing venture, he said that God had encouraged him to donate the first home as a show of goodwill. Still, residents had been burned before by big promises and high hopes, only for it all to come crashing down. So, let's just say there were some skeptics. Connie Williams, a city council member, said, quote, "We kept saying to them, look, we've had enough people come through Cairo talking all this crazy stuff and then back out. And they were just like, no, that's not us, we're here. God sent us." End quote. Despite the trail of broken promises scattered around Cairo, the project appeared credible enough to elite policymakers in Illinois. Governor J.B. Pritzker met with both Burtis and Dale Fowler, while staff of United States Senator Tammy Duckworth were invited to learn more about the project. Prestige's first printed home got a boost on social media when Susan Mendoza, the Illinois comptroller, praised the project in a post. But political support, or at least engagement, and a glitzy groundbreaking ceremony were distracting from deep problems within Prestige, which suggested that Cairo's latest attempt at revitalization was on shaky ground even before construction crews began building the very first duplex. To begin with, Prestige had secured a $1.1 million loan in order to purchase a printer in the first place, a loan so large that it required a rural lender in Karnak, Illinois, to partner with another bank to get around its single customer lending limit.
That is crazy. Oh my god.
Once the loan was approved, Prestige put down a $590,000 payment on a printer which would be built by Perry 3D Construction in Texas. Their contract stated that the printer would be delivered in 6 months at the earliest. Despite being aware of the uncertainty around the delivery of the printer, Hayes and Burtis began to grow impatient. They had given Cairo their word that they would begin construction in the spring, and the delivery schedule threatened that promise. While at a concrete industry expo, Burtis met a team from a New Jersey-based 3D printer production company who said they had printers available for immediate delivery. Burtis and Hayes quickly pivoted to the new company, informing Perry 3D that they would no longer need their services and suggesting they keep $60,000 of the original payment. Perry, of course, did no such thing and kept the entire deposit, exactly like any company would in that situation. It is a deposit, after all. This was in April, right before their printer would have been due. Prestige had essentially lit more than $500,000 on fire. Fortunately, the New Jersey company was willing to sell them a printer for the $500,000 that they had left. Speaking about the debacle, Hayes had this to say: "If I get 10 grand for a car, say I pay 5 grand for a car and I don't get my money back, but I can buy another car that does the exact same thing and I only pay another 5,000, what do I give a shit if I can get back and forth to work?" Now, of course, this meant that their promise to start construction in the spring went from iffy to impossible, since even this new company wouldn't be able to deliver the printer until August. Keep in mind that all of this, the loan, the multiple printers, the delays, it was all to build just a single duplex. Theoretically, once the upfront costs of buying and delivering a printer were taken care of, the advantages of faster construction time and cheaper materials would begin to pay dividends. But this initial stage was essentially a proof of concept as opposed to a magical solution to Cairo's housing issues, and they were struggling even with that. This didn't go unnoticed by town leaders. When asked where the company would be getting the funding to build the remaining 30 or so homes that had been agreed upon, Prestige was evasive, not giving a straight answer. For a project like this, one possible solution would have to be to apply for housing tax credits. These applications can take years to wind their way through the system, and would have been challenging for Prestige to get approval for, given that they were essentially trialing a new technology in a rural community. I'm looking at putting solar panels on the roof of a building, and believe me, the process, even for that, is crazy. But it's notable that they didn't even seem to try. There's no record of Prestige ever having applied for one of these programs. Eventually, Burtis told Cairo officials that they themselves would need to come up with the funds for future construction. But of course, if Cairo had that kind of money in the first place, they would have already built the housing they needed. The town and Prestige were able to reach an agreement where Cairo would sell the printing company a vacant lot for $1. Prestige would build a duplex and manage it for 18 months, then transfer ownership back to the city. The contract called for an additional 29 duplexes to be built, but did not detail how they would be financed. In 2025, a reporter began to pick up the thread of the Cairo 3D printed housing project story and sought to get in contact with Hayes, the money man behind Prestige. One of the first things she asked for was to see the printer itself, which Hayes agreed to, casually revealing that the printer, which would be the size of a small garage if fully assembled, was stored on Hayes' personal backlot. But as they toured the lot, passing rows of cars, it became clear that the printer was nowhere to be found, though Hayes didn't seem particularly upset about that fact. "I don't see it. Do you?" he said with a shrug. It had apparently been there at one point, but had since been moved to places unknown. That bizarre moment would begin to paint the picture of Hayes and Prestige, which he revealed had been named after the do-nothing company from the comedy movie Step Brothers. Hayes claimed to have sued Perry 3D to recover that nearly $600,000 deposit that they'd lost, but couldn't provide any details. He could not even say where the supposed lawsuit had been filed. But it turned out that it had indeed been filed. Prestige alleged in their lawsuit that Perry 3D had Prestige sign a mock document, not a real contract, and that the document they'd signed did not contain the language that forfeited the deposit. The lawsuit reached a conclusion right around the time Perry 3D was laying off its US-based staff. A judge did eventually rule in Prestige's favor because Perry chose not to respond to the suit, but instead had this to say: "I guess good luck trying to collect it." Hayes knew they were never going to collect their deposit back, but still seemed chipper at the result, saying in text, "Looks like we did sue, and won." Getting the money would have been quite helpful.
Okay. I see. Also, this is very, very well researched, I feel like. Like, I shouldn't say that, but like, at least very in-depth in them looking into the company itself, because I feel like when it comes to like these videos, right, I don't think a lot of people put a lot of effort into even having like a small review of a company. Like, oh, this is like what's happening, this is the person who did this. Anyways, by the way, 3D houses suck. Like, it's usually just like that. So I do want to say I appreciate it.
For Prestige, because under their lending agreement, the company owes the bank around $13,000 a month, every month, for 10 years, which essentially works out to $400,000 worth of interest on the $1.1 million loan. Of course, since Prestige hadn't made any money from the Cairo project, it couldn't make those payments itself. Instead, Hayes was covering them from one of his other business accounts. But none of that was Hayes' fault, at least according to him. Perry 3D's tricky contract and his hands-off approach had burned him, but he still had every intention of fulfilling his obligation to Cairo. Don't believe him? Well, just ask State Senator Dale Fowler. He'd back them up. Quote, "Ask Dale Fowler if there's anything going wrong," Hayes said. Being pointed to as the political force behind Prestige was news to Dale Fowler, who downplayed his role in the project, casting himself as more of a fan on the sideline cheering on. His description of his relationship with Hayes and Burtis painted a picture of cordiality, but not true friendship. That's an interesting characterization because Dale Fowler had actually done quite a lot to move the 3D project forward. For example, Fowler's office had emailed Prestige promotional materials to the Illinois Housing Development Agency and had also brought up the project to the State Poverty Commission not long after the loan for the printer had been secured. It was Fowler himself who had led State Comptroller Mendoza on a tour that included Burtis and his son. And it was Fowler who had facilitated a meeting between Senator Duckworth's office and the management team of Prestige. Cairo residents themselves certainly associated the state senator with the project. As the work began to hit snags and problems began to pile up, local leaders were reaching out to Fowler with questions. Quoting, "When it fell through, we were all calling Senator Fowler personally because he brought them here." That quote was from Williams, the council member. Altogether, this felt like quite a bit more than cheerleading from the sidelines, especially once you factor in the Prestige had essentially been Fowler's largest source of campaign contributions, excluding money coming in from political action committees. In total, Prestige donated around $22,000 to Dale Fowler from May of 2022 to August of 2024. The final $6,500 donation came less than a week before the groundbreaking ceremony for that first duplex. Despite claiming that the pair were merely his acquaintances, Fowler had apparently known Hayes and Burtis for decades. When pressed about the FBI investigation, he said he expected that they had done nothing wrong and that he'd taken unfair heat for his association with them. He compared himself to Daniel, the Old Testament hero who was about to be torn to shreds by lions after being thrown into their den, but instead angels came down and closed their mouths, causing his enemies to be killed instead. Fowler's term expires in January, and he has declined to seek re-election. Maybe a smart move. At allegedly. And now let's talk about that FBI investigation that we just casually dropped in there. As I've already mentioned, it wasn't just reporters who were investigating Prestige, the FBI were as well. Just a few weeks after the groundbreaking party, Prestige received a federal grand jury subpoena for its financial records, and the subpoenas kept on rolling from there. The FBI also obtained the work contracts and payment records sent to Prestige from 2 school districts in the city of Harrisburg, though this was for work unrelated to the 3D printed duplex project. John Peake, the mayor of Harrisburg, stated that the city had done 2 projects with Prestige and that Dale Fowler had encouraged them to do more. Meanwhile, one of the school districts that had been subpoenaed fired its superintendent as he had not gone through the proper channels to get approval for the $2 million spent on projects through Prestige and other companies. And remember how a number of Prestige employees had quit right around the time of the groundbreaking? Well, it turns out that at least one of them had turned informant. Bucky Miller, who had been hired in part to sell the development plan to Cairo officials, had become a whistleblower to the FBI. To hear Miller tell it, he had been taken advantage of, sold the dream of bringing fast, cheap, 3D printed houses to an impoverished area, only to have that dream shattered at every opportunity. Prestige never had any intention of completing the project, he claimed. A little while after the groundbreaking, there had been a flurry of emails from an anonymous
Wow. Ah. I don't know. I feel really bad for just this small town, right? Where obviously they're wanting to find a solution to their housing issue and like obviously be a community especially. And yeah, it's just, I don't know. I think I really feel for communities especially that get desperate and wanting to have, you know, housing in general or like have a greater quality of life for their community members, where they're willing to do a lot. Like, how do I explain this? Like, we've seen different communities around the world provide really crazy deals in order to have more people come in, especially like when it comes to like these are 2 different situations, but it just makes me think of the same thing, right? So in this case, it's like housing and wanting to have affordable housing, or at least any housing at this point for community members, so that, you know, I feel like there's housing issues everywhere, if I'm being completely honest with you. And when you look at it, right, from different countries, especially like just communities wanting to be better, not in a sense of like, oh, ranking wise, just wanting to have a better quality of life, so they're willing to go out and do not necessarily crazy things, but more out of pocket, in my opinion. Like how recently there has been some interest and intrigue from around the world of Japanese houses, right? Old Japanese houses built in the countryside or abandoned houses built in the countryside. And how when you actually go to the areas of which they're having these really cheap houses, and you actually go around and you talk to the people there, it's really sad to see that it's like a huge proportion of like an aging population where they're like, yeah, you know, the hospital closed down, the schools closed down, there wasn't enough people to actually have those things be open or having those resources. And they're like, oh, well, if there's not many people around, then how do you guys make money? How do you guys have any semblance of like an economy here? So what's that? They're like, oh, well, actually we all live off of our pension. So that's why, you know, we're offering, for example, in some like more snowy regions or more like basically heavy snow regions, they're offering foreigners in a sense of like, hey, you can live in Japan for this amount of months for free, completely free. We'll give you the house as long as you can provide something for our community, whether it be skills of video editing and getting the word out, which was like one person did, or just having a younger body, like having a younger body and like, you know, going out and helping out the community in terms of construction or electrical work, or even something as simple as shoveling snow out of the driveway so the elderly population can be able to get their groceries. So it's really sad for me to see that there's like a lot of communities like around the world, like this is not limited to like just you know, the US, Japan, or like Korea or whatever. Like it's really just sad to see that communities are getting more and more desperate in order to have a better quality of life for their community members, and they're willing to do that with obviously very interesting ideas. I don't think they're necessarily bad ideas, but I don't know, it just kind of makes me feel sad just in general to kind of see, because at the end of the day, despite them, you know, just being online and seeing this sort of content and discussions, articles, things like that, at the end of the day, even though it's pixels to us on a screen, these are actually real life people, and these are people who are actively, you know, going through it. And in reality, there's not really much that any of us can actually do. So it's kind of like, damn. Damn.
Account that went out to businesses and government entities that had contracted with Prestige, alleging that the company had committed fraud. At one point, Miller took credit for these anonymous emails, before later recanting and saying he hadn't sent them at all. Unsurprisingly, this turned into a he said situation, with Hayes and Burtis blaming Miller and Miller throwing it right back at them.
Like, again, this just reminds me of like the crazy world of tiny houses, and how, like, you know, when tiny houses and tiny homes were kind of like the big boom of the industry, there was like plenty of American TV shows and like YouTube videos. Same thing with like the boom of like van life, right? We see all of these new forms of like living, like housing situations that could either save you money in the long run, or I don't know, be a more interesting and fun way to live, right? Or being in a more affordable way to live in the long run. But what's really unfortunate is that when people promise housing that is affordable, when people promise things that are easier to make, or, you know, like wide scale projects, these are going to help so many people, people do generate some sort of hope from it. People generate some sort of like, oh, like this is what's going to be the future, and it's going to help so many people. It's going to help me. It's going to help my family. It's going to help my siblings, you know, future nephew and nieces. However, most of the time, like for example, when it came to tiny houses, there were quite a few companies that were willing to build a tiny house and like send it to you for free. Which, unfortunately, when you're talking to an audience that is built on hopes and don't necessarily have all of the resources to look into like the legalities of having a tiny house, or even just the process in general of construction or getting it across state lines and travel and things like that, like the actual cost of doing all that, people don't necessarily understand that. And you know, it's either people who are extremely young, who are saving thousands of dollars every single day, well, saving thousands of dollars through, you know, minimum wage jobs or low paying jobs or side gigs, and hoping to have some sort of independence from their family, or older generation folks who realize that living in currently is not possible, and they want to find an easier solution, like a, not necessarily easier solution, but like a cheaper solution for housing, so they don't have to rely on anyone or have to unfortunately go back to work due to health reasons. They are desperate, and that's what a lot of these companies prey on, is the desperate, and like people being desperate and wanting better for themselves and believing in an idea that will help them. And unfortunately, many cases had been these companies come up, they promise houses, they give you a timeline, they get the money from you, deposits or whatever, they make all these promises, hey, I'll deliver this house by this day and send it for free, which is automatically a scam. But of course these people don't know that. Even I didn't know that for quite a period of time. I never really looked into getting a tiny house. I just really liked them and the concept in general, but seeing all the issues with construction and, you know, keeping, again, insulation is a huge thing, especially the wide different fucking climates. So it's just sad to see that, you know, I don't know, it's just people's livelihood that really bothers me personally. Especially when a community is so like actively trying to make a decision for their community members and to help out, you know, because again, like the to some extent they trust them and things like that, right? So it's just ugh, I don't know. It makes me upset. It makes me upset to think about.
In terms of the investigation, Burt is claimed to have been fully cooperative with the FBI, saying the company had turned over all records that had been requested. He also mentioned that he had never been interviewed by investigators. Quoting, "If I was really in trouble, don't you think I'd have been handed an indictment by now?" So, what happened to the duplex? Well, it's sitting abandoned. The printer has been idle for who knows how long, scattered in pieces throughout various properties owned by Hayes. The reason for this, Hayes claims, is that the concrete ink used in the printer is faulty and they're waiting on a replacement from Black Buffalo 3D, the New Jersey-based company that Hayes and Burtis had purchased their printer from after their initial attempt fell through. Black Buffalo has promised to replace the supposedly faulty concrete and even offered to find another buyer for the printer if Prestige no longer wanted it. The two companies also claimed they would work together to fix the cracks in the duplex, although they took care to insist that those cracks were largely cosmetic and not structural. They even sent a joint email claiming that they would soon return to Cairo to fix the cracks. But of course, this didn't happen. Black Buffalo said they couldn't sign off on work because they needed a permit from the city. This was essentially a nonsense excuse because permits are not required for the work being done. Black Buffalo has only sold 2 printers in the US since being founded in late 2020, and it has filed for bankruptcy. While crews were recently seen conducting work on the single duplex.
Well, damn. well, damn. Okay.
That had been sort of constructed, many people in Cairo felt left behind and forgotten. That's not new to them. Many development initiatives have come and gone without fulfilling their promises. But something was different this time. Cairo city attorney said, quoting, "I've seen a lot of deals fall through, but we always knew why. Here, we got nothing. Even today, I probably have a lot more questions than I've got answers." End quote. After years of attempting to reverse population decline and address a housing crisis, all Cairo has to show for it is a single duplex sitting empty. Kanisha Mallory, who had hoped to move into either that duplex or one of the others that was supposed to be built, was left waiting for a home that would simply never come. So, real talk. Jamie Hayes and Eric Burt is a pair of remorseless scammers who took advantage of a town in desperate need to conduct some sort of fraud scheme? Well, no, probably not. While there are questions about their business practices, there have been no criminal indictments by the FBI, and reporters haven't uncovered a smoking gun of illegal activity. That's not to say that Prestige hasn't broken the law or won't be indicted, but I attribute the situation more to ineptitude than criminal malice, at least with the information we have right now. But it's clear that the pair didn't fully think through the logistics of launching a 3D printing construction business and proceeded to make that Cairo's problem. The technology is new and exciting and developing quickly. That can be attractive to entrepreneurs who think that if they can get in before 3D printing has quite gone mainstream, they can make a huge profit once the industry explodes in popularity. That leads to cases like Cairo and Muscatine in Iowa. These are towns that really could benefit from cheaply produced housing. The upsides are there, but because the companies involved either didn't think through or weren't aware of the challenges of 3D printing, these towns have been left out to dry. And that's a shame, because there have been success stories. A 2-story 3D printed home was completed in Japan earlier last year. Japan, known for its frequent and powerful earthquakes, has strict safety standards when it comes to residences. All homes, and all buildings in general, must be made sufficiently earthquake resistant to be used. The house, which apparently borrowed design principles from naturally occurring caves, managed to get approval from Japan's regulators, which are some of the strictest in the world, although I'm not sure I fancy living in a cave. Quoting, "Japan has some of the most demanding seismic requirements in the world. Seeing a government-approved 2-story 3D printed reinforced concrete house completed here confirms that 3D construction printing is ready for projects that rely on structural precision and consistent quality, also in seismic areas." That quote's from Henrik Lund Nielsen, the founder and general manager.
That's extremely impressive, actually. That's very impressive. Especially, like, when it comes to Japan, there is a lot of talk about, like, you know, earthquake. Like, for example, when I was choosing a dorm to move into, there was, like, all of this talk of, like, okay, like, what type of dorm do you want to move into due to, like, the structural, like, integrity of the building. Like, of course, all of them are safe, but, you know, they're trying to sell you a product in a sense where they're like, okay, well, if you want to apply for this dorm, it's going to be more expensive due to the materials that it was made out of. And, like, how much more reliable it is, in a sense. So for me, I'm like, oh, damn, that's actually very impressive. But, you know, with anything that's successful, you know, like all the science brains and engineers and, you know, architects and, you know, construction workers all want to have a piece of like understanding, okay, well, how did they do this? How much effort did it take for them to kind of like do it? Who was working on the project? All the little logistics, you know, about it, right? How much labor was it? I don't know, operation costs, etc., etc. Interesting.
Of Cobot International, a leading 3D printer production company. The fact that the house has 2 stories was also a huge leap forward in the technology, since previous homes had traditionally been restricted to a single story like the duplex in Cairo. The ability to build homes of 2 or possibly even more stories really opens up the potential of the technology, making it possible to fit more people within a single building, or even just making the houses more appealing to families looking for a new home. While high-profile failures like the Cairo project have soured people's tastes towards 3D printed ventures, the technology still does hold a lot of promise. It could address our housing supply crisis. It has the potential to lower CO2 emissions if deployed thoughtfully. It could also lead to a boom in construction, not just of houses, but of any type of structure. Houses built this way will likely last for 100 years and be far more durable, mold-resistant and insect-resistant than traditional wooden housing. The technology's here, the demand is here, we just have to decide we want to build it and properly think through the logistics of doing so. Thank you for watching.
You know, great video. I think really, really good video. This is by Megaprojects. 3D printed houses are already failing. Like. Wow. Wow, there's so many YouTube channels that were linked actually. There's like so many of them actually. Oh my god. Hmm. I'm like reading through the comments. Hmm. Yeah, no, I thought it was a good video. I did enjoy it. Might have put a lot of people to sleep though, if I'm being honest, when it comes to like the later parts of it, especially getting into like the company and like all the weird shit they did. Here, let's see. Yeah, well, we'll chill out for another 15 minutes. Then I'm gonna go ahead and find someone to read into. Because then we'll be at like 4 hours. Because right now I'm struggling with the hair. I'm struggling with the hair. Hmm. Worries and breasts when people can draw really good shoes. Like, damn. You just locked in like that, dog. Because I really don't very often do full body drawings.
Smooth as a silky pillowcase, slither in my innocent oasis. You bring the pain, I deliver patience. I see the lion and try to tame him. I know the werewolf behind the sheep, familiar the scent of deceit behind your pretty teeth. Say you need space to breathe, but what does that really mean? I don't believe when you said to me you really need space to breathe. What you really got up your sleeve? I don't believe when you said to me you really need space to breathe. I know something's up your silky little sleeve. Your silky little sleeve. Something's up your silky little sleeve. Your silky little sleeve. I seen it coming from up the block. Must be the one that you think I'm not. Let me remind you if you forgot. I'm not the 1 or the 2 or the 3 or the 5. Girl, you need space. Go ahead, get your life. While you're searching, hope you find. Act right, saying you're fine. Read between lines. I was born at night, not last night. I can't believe when you said to me you really need space to breathe. What you really got up your sleeve?
Fingers are broken.
You said to me you really need space to breathe. I know something's up your silky little sleeve. Your silky little sleeve. Something's up your silky little sleeve. Silky little sleeve. Lines between the lines, between the lines, somehow I
Learn to draw feet. I don't draw shoes. Or learn how to draw shoes. I don't draw feet. Oh, the question.
lines between
Yeah.
the lines, between the lines,
It'd be like that. It'd be like that.
talking about time. I'm tired of trying.
I think I only know of one artist who really, really loves drawing tennis shoes. So I see their like full body.
What you really got up your sleeve? I don't believe when you said to me you really need space to breathe. I know something's up your silky little sleeve.
Oh my god, the fingers.
Your silky little sleeve. Something's up your silky little sleeve. Silky little sleeve.
Oh my god, hands are my biggest op, I swear to god.
I've been going out of my way for us, and I'm not okay. The sun ain't gon' shine all day. Can't wait to see it on your face. Girl, you know, gotta do better than walking out and dodging the surface. Every day I've been out praying my baby not hurt. Ay. All of the weather we doing, I promise it's worth it. Ay. Open the curtains, ay. Baby I'm certain. Ay. I want it all, we come in, it's a coupe, and we gon' bring it right back. Tell him, man, you know I'm shooting, ay. But I ain't never gon' slack. I had to study the
We're gonna make a checklist of what to do tomorrow.
the legend assemble of that.
One, fix the hands first.
Catch me in the cut, hun. Some like the duck running. I ain't coming with nothing. I know what they want from it. I can spot the fake loving.
Maybe I'll have like visibly hold like a coffee.
Ain't no debating on it. It got legs like cake.
That would look more natural.
I'm skate on the beat. I done seen the play cross feet. God drive like 6 feet. Flow sick, give me 6 feet. Mountain climbing out to hit a peak, bunch of snow in my seat.
And then two
Life is everything but the beach, like a chain.
color, and then shade with
Walking on, dodging the surface. Every day I've been out praying my
there
baby
you go.
not hurt. Ay. All of the weather we doing, I promise it's worth it. Ay. Open the curtains. Ay. Baby, I'm
Maybe I'll make him into like a postcard. I think that would be funny.
we come in, it's a coupe, and we gon' bring it right back.
Imagine it's like
But I ain't never gon' slack. I had to study the map. I had to find where I'm at. The legend assemble of that. Symbols, I ain't gonna crash. I've been going out of my way for us, and I'm not
imagine it cleaner.
sun ain't gon' shine all day. Can't wait to see it on your face. Girl, you know, gotta do
So this is like coffee or like
every day I've been out praying my baby not hurt. Ay. All of the weather we doing, I promise it's worth it. Ay. Open the curtains. Ay. Baby, I'm certain.
imagine like a beach. It's like a sunset. Oh, I think that would be funny. Maybe we'll do something like that.
We were sparks on quiet streets, two hearts
I think it's coming out pretty nicely. Obviously, there's so many things that I could probably improve on, but I think we're just going to be trucking along just so that we can send it out before our fight ends. Let's see. Let's see, is there anyone? Oh, actually. Let's see. Okay, bet he's not ending at bed. Alright. Well, yeah, I'll see you guys probably tomorrow, maybe. I might be busy grinding away at Art Fight, and then like most likely not streaming it because I'll be too stressed. But yeah, here, let me plug back in my mouse real quick. Oh my god, there we go. I can finally use it. Yay! But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and raid into Bread Botnik. Hopefully he's not ending and I can raid into him. W, let's go. Yeah. I'll see you guys tomorrow. If not tomorrow, I'll see you guys on Sunday. I will be having a collaboration with someone that you guys all know and love. Hopefully it'll work out, but we'll see. But yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. We got some good work done, and I hope that you got some work done too, or was able to rest and relax. But I shall see you guys in the next one. Yeah, bye Natasha. Bye everyone who's here. Bye bye. Have a good rest. Or if you're not going to be resting, have a good day. Bye bye. Until next time. That's me in your hands.
7 tries every night to gamble. Even when I turn off all the lights, all I see are puzzles. Yeah, I'd rather be dreaming, floating.